The dock was desolate of human life, but crowds of ragged, sluggish zombies roamed in droves. On the dark, murky water in the distance, vessels of various sizes were moored. Among them, two large ships anchored in deep water far from the pier were today's ultimate targets. According to intelligence, one was loaded with oil and the other with coal. However, the situation was tricky. First, there were too many zombies. Second, no one knew what was lurking in the water. While people had explored and occupied parts of the land, the water and the sky remained forbidden zones. The former was terrifying due to the unknown, while the latter was slightly better. Mutated birds were relatively rare and mostly concentrated above forests. Still, hitting even a small bird while flying a plane was dangerous, and there was no pressing need to travel by air anyway. If not for these two obstacles, these two ships would have likely been carved up long ago. Bian Changxi secretly estimated the distance. It was too far. Her vines couldn't reach them at all. In fact, even if she could touch them, she might not be able to collect such massive ships in one go. Storing them shouldn't be an issue. In her past life, the piles of rice and wheat in the warehouse had exceeded the volume of these ships, but she had tested her limits before. If she tried to collect something too large at once, she would feel resistance and then suffer from dizziness. It seemed the omnipotent farm didn't support exaggerated collection methods. She would have to do this the honest, down-to-earth way. But now wasn't the time to dwell on that. The urgent task was to lure away or kill these zombies. That was the first hurdle. Under Gu Shu's orders, everyone scattered and hid behind elevated obstacles. Obscured by shipping containers and vehicles ahead, they couldn't see the zombie layout clearly. Gu Shu sent Milk out to scout. Milk was different from humans. Whether due to a special ability to hold his breath or some way of confusing zombies, he walked lightly through the horde without attracting any attention. He darted back and forth between crates, cars, and cargo, occasionally making deliberate noise. The zombies in the shadows would be startled out, entering the team's line of sight. Soon, Gu Shu understood the general layout of the zombies and spoke to Bian Changxi, asking her to collect certain obstacles according to his instructions. The biggest difference with Bian Changxi's space was, firstly, its size, and secondly, her ability to collect items via her vines, unlike other space system users who had to make physical contact with their hands. Bian Changxi's vines whistled through the air, quickly clearing away the designated objects. The view immediately opened up. There were fewer roadblocks, but some were left as cover for the team's advance, preventing a direct confrontation with the zombies. The zombies sensed something was wrong. Those with keen senses caught the scent of humans and shambled over, growling low in their throats. Gu Shu raised his hand. Through a black, brick-like object that resembled a walkie-talkie, he issued the command to attack. Indeed, the No. 2 research lab, led by Luo Zhouqing, had developed communication devices yesterday. Although they were still crude, short range, poor audio quality, fragile, and prone to signal loss, the devices had been created. As the first user, Gu Shu took all 6 prototypes. The 100-person team was divided into 5 squads, with each squad leader holding one device. Gu Shu issued orders through these leaders. Upon receiving the order, the 5 squads moved. First, vines and water whips soared into the air, binding the zombies that appeared to be the most dangerous. Powerful streams of ice water from the ice system users descended from the sky, freezing zombies in place. Large amounts of mud and yellow earth flew over, crushing and burying others. No one here was a fool. On the contrary, they were battle-hardened veterans. Faced with a massive horde, they wouldn't rush into a melee. They would trap as many as they could from a distance. Bian Changxi didn't know it, but this strategy was inspired by her. Because she always liked to bind things with her vines, the team realized how time and energy efficient it was and followed suit. Now, whenever they encountered anything, they bound it first. Wind and metal system users, who couldn't bind things naturally, sometimes even brought their own nets and ropes. But now, they weren't just binding zombies. A ball of crackling electric arcs appeared in the low sky above the horde. Thunder brewed, and with a boom, lightning struck down. A dozen zombies within range were instantly charred crisp. The fire system users were not to be outdone. They had prepared all night for today's operation. Uncapping mini oil pipes at their waists, they opened the nozzles. Diesel sprayed out like rays, fanning out like a showerhead. Taking advantage of the high ground, they sprayed powerful jets deep into the zombie crowd. Then, fireballs and fire blades flew out. Raging flames erupted immediately, creating a spectacular scene. The wind system users joined in, whipping up strong gusts. The wind fueled the fire, and the fire borrowed the wind's power, burning further and fiercer. The metal system users, having less utility in crowd control, simply threw razor-sharp metal blades and sheets, killing as many zombies as possible before the horde could react. Meanwhile, the speed, strength, and enhancement types relied on their physical advantages to dash out and slaughter zombies on the periphery or fired their guns. When Bian Changxi first saw this tightly knit combat style, her jaw had nearly dropped. It was practically a rogue's way of fighting. Regardless of the situation, kill the enemy first. But the effect was obvious. Aside from consuming some energy and bullets, there were almost no losses. Of course, the zombies weren't stupid. They wouldn't just stand there and take it. After taking a beating and losing a swath of their numbers, the zombies roared and howled, accelerating their charge. The distance between the humans and zombies wasn't great to begin with. As the zombies closed in, everyone decisively abandoned ranged attacks, drew their weapons, or shouted and met the charge bare-handed, abilities flying everywhere. Watching their ferocity, Bian Changxi thought to herself that they were truly elites. They fought with a fearless stance, yet their responses were methodical. Individuals were fast but not chaotic, and while they seemed to fight independently, they looked out for one another. Their black uniforms were also special. The fabric was top-notch and durable, with reinforcements in vulnerable areas. They wore gloves, custom helmets, and protective goggles. They were literally armed to the teeth, yet the gear didn't hinder their movement. For today's operation, Gu Shu had taken great pains. After all, close contact with zombies meant that even a scratch could cost a life, which would be a pity. At the same time, this was a field test for these uniforms. Gu Shu and Bian Changxi didn't join the fray. They stood outside the battle, stepping in only to relieve pressure where it was critical. Gu Shu would occasionally direct the flow of the attack. Chen Guanqing didn't join either. He stood not far from the two, watching the perimeter of the dock. Such a loud commotion could easily attract other zombies. Before long, he saw a massive horde surging from the road. A faint light of excitement flashed in his eyes, mixed with a gloomy aura. His body emitted waves of black energy, invisible to the naked eye but palpable to sensitive ability users. These energy waves rippled toward the zombies. The ones at the front seemed to sense something. Their movements paused, then slowly stagnated, as if they wanted to turn around and leave. This condition seemed infectious. More and more zombies behind them began to act the same way. 110, 100. The zombies piled up in that spot. A trace of surprise and admiration appeared in Gu Shu's eyes. Suddenly, his eyes flashed, and he shouted, "Miao Yuan, bombard them." A young man standing outside the battle, who had been throwing lightning bolts whenever he saw an opening. The same lightning system user who had nearly roasted Gu Shu last time due to poor range control, ran over. Without hesitation, he unleashed an attack in that direction. Roar boom, preceding the thunder, was the loud roar of a zombie. It was a zombie hidden within the crowd, one that ordinary people wouldn't notice, but its roar was filled with a power and authority that common zombies lacked. Clearly, this was a high-tier commander zombie. Its roar snapped the zombies confused by Chen Guanqing back to reality. They were about to pounce ferociously, but in the next moment, rolling thunder crashed down on their heads. In the blink of an eye, a circle of them was wiped out, leaving only fragments and ash. The commander zombie seemed furious, and threw its head back to screech again. The zombies behind it received the order and lunged forward. Miao Yuan, the lightning user, was frantic with his attacks, but as the zombies dispersed, the effect diminished. The people fighting the main horde noticed the crisis and spared a small squad to support them. Gu Shu gave a cold snort. Leaving Bian Changxi with a "be careful," he rushed out. He leaped across car roofs, his figure in the black combat suit cold and sharp, seemingly unstoppable. In the blink of an eye, he had covered over 10 meters. He waved his hand, and a pillar of fire erupted from beneath the commander zombie's feet, engulfing it entirely. The zombie let out a shrill howl. Gu Shu raised his hand again, and a blazing fire arrow shot from his palm like a meteor chasing the moon, aiming to pierce the zombie's skull. The zombie reacted surprisingly fast, grabbing a nearby zombie to use as a shield, blocking 2 fire arrows. But Gu Shu seemed to have anticipated this. His slightly curled fingers suddenly spread open. The fire arrow embedded in the shield zombie's head exploded with a ft, blowing the head apart like a bomb. The intense heat wave forced the commander zombie to stumble back 2 steps. At that moment, a chain of fire appeared in the air as if out of nowhere, moving with terrifying speed. The zombie looked up, unable to react in time. The fire chain slashed down like a hammer, splitting it in half from head to toe. The force was so great it cut more than half a meter into the concrete ground. The earth trembled. Silence. Everyone on Bian Changxi's side who saw this scene went blank for a moment. Bian Changxi smacked her lips and touched her heart. It was beating so fast. With Gu Shu, the zombie-slaying machine, present, the number of zombies didn't seem to be a problem. He took responsibility for the strongest and most difficult zombies. As for the rest, Chen Guanqing held them back a bit, and the 100-man army swarmed forward, gnawing them down one by one. Later, Chen Guanqing opened a wooden crate. Inside was Xiao Ai. Her expression was dull, but her skin and appearance were quite normal. By this point, Xiao Ai could breathe and had a metabolism. In Bian Changxi's words, she was effectively a living creature. Chu Hao's space couldn't store her, and Bian Changxi didn't want to expose that her farm could hold living things, so Xiao Ai had to stay outside, hidden away. For this trip, Gu Shu had asked Chen Guanqing to bring her along. Finding an opportunity, Chen Guanqing let her out of the crate. Through his control, he had her summon nearby mutant beasts. The beasts appeared and attacked the zombies. Although the effect wasn't massive, it was a good start. Of course, that was a side note. When the round of fighting ended, everyone looked at the corpses littering the ground beneath their feet, somewhat dazed. Did we really kill all of these? There were so many, at least 300, maybe 500. The most terrifying part was that no one had died. Even if there were injuries, they were physical wounds. To enter a zombie horde and have everyone survive was a miraculous stroke of luck. In truth, when they set out, most people had prepared for the worst. They were gambling, risking their lives for a future. But victory had come far too smoothly. Gu Shu approached from the distance. He was slightly dirty, but his spirit and demeanor were excellent. His steady pace exuded a low-key confidence that now looked different in everyone's eyes. The look in the crowd's eyes was one of undisguised respect and worship, the highest reverence for the strong, mixed with excitement and joy. Gu Shu didn't react much. He said steadily, dispose of the bodies, extract the crystal cores, and rest and eat on the spot. Although there were no major casualties, everyone had been charging and hacking without regard for energy conservation, so the consumption was immense. Upon hearing his words, they felt their mental and physical exhaustion catching up with them, and their stomachs growled. With gratitude and wonder, they ran to dig out cores, gathered them for the squad leaders to hand over to Gu Shu, and then sat down behind cover to rest. Those with stamina to spare actively took up patrol duties. Everyone was even more diligent than before. Gu Shu raised an eyebrow and let Bian Changxi collect the cores. After collecting batch after batch, she looked up to see Gu Shu staring at the water, seemingly deep in thought. She tugged at him. What do you want to eat, Boss Gu? What kind of weird nickname is that? Gu Shu raised an eyebrow and glanced at her. Just give me a bottle of water. Bian Changxi handed him a bottle of mineral water, then brought out a preservation bowl, opened it, and presented it to him. Have a rice ball. These rice balls were made by Auntie Zhao. White, crystalline rice wrapped in seaweed, filled with fresh cucumber, shrimp, or salted egg yolk, along with a pinch of meat floss and pickled vegetables, plus fragrant crushed peanuts. They were delicious and filling. They were also convenient to carry. Auntie Zhao insisted on packing them for anyone who might not have time for a proper meal. However, so far, Bian Changxi had brought them the most often and in the largest quantities. She loved eating them, so she had stored a lot in the farm's warehouse. She had even made this particular box herself while helping out in the kitchen. Gu Shu looked at her smiling face, then at the rice ball, and immediately recognized it. You made this yourself. He added, why so attentive? Bian Changxi's face fell slightly. You can tell. Did I make them that ugly? Then she answered his second question, isn't it because I see you working hard? As the logistics officer, naturally, I have to serve the leader thoroughly and make him happy. Gu Shu stared at her for a long while, confirming she was fine. He sat on the chair she had brought out, unscrewed the water to wash his hands a little, took a sip, and then picked up a rice ball. No ulterior motive. Bian Changxi paused, taking a moment to understand his meaning. She rolled her eyes at him. What motive could I have? Just eat. I'm just excited. Excited about what? Hard to say. Bian Changxi shoved the bowl into his hands, cupped her cheeks, and rested her elbows on her knees, her eyes shining as she looked ahead. I just feel excited. I haven't felt this way in a long time. It's like my blood is boiling all of a sudden. I have hope, I have a goal. She turned to look at him. One day, I will be as strong as you. Gu Shu was stunned, then laughed. As a role model, should I work even harder then? Yet, there was a trace of strangeness in his heart. Although he didn't understand female psychology, he had heard stories of heroes and beauties. In those stories, the heroic man usually captured the beauty's heart through outstanding performance. How did he end up with just a pure admirer and little brother? Even though he hadn't intended for that outcome, this reaction left him feeling both confused and disappointed. Women were indeed hard to understand. Even the warm, soft, fragrant rice ball seemed to lose its appeal. Milk trotted over. He was injured again, dirty and looking pitifully wretched. He ran to Bian Changxi's feet to act spoiled. She exclaimed, immediately snapping out of her hero worship dream. Frowning, she picked Milk up. How did this happen? Did a zombie scratch you? Is it serious? While healing him and confirming he was still lively, she groomed his fur, washed his mouth and face, and fed him. The same rice balls, taken from the very same preservation bowl. Gu Shu suddenly felt a deep sense of sorrow. I'm being treated worse than a cat. He cast a cold glance at the creature that was neither cat nor dog. It had grown larger and stronger recently, but still hadn't kicked the bad habit of acting spoiled. This made Milk lean even closer to Bian Changxi's feet, causing the fire in Gu Shu's heart to flare up. Of course, all superfluous emotions lasted only a second. He quickly devoured 2 rice balls and went to the edge of the dock to observe the water. The thick, black, filthy water smelled intensely like a sewer. Strange aquatic plants floated on the surface, but there was no movement in the depths. He had noticed earlier, while they were fighting the zombies, that there were traces of something swimming in the water, and it was likely quite large. He turned his head to look around, then walked along the shore. Once everyone had rested enough, he picked up a crate and threw it far into the water. Splash! Water sprayed up, and the stench became even heavier. Amidst the splash, something like a giant tentacle appeared and vanished. Gu Shu's gaze sharpened. He threw a fire chain, locking onto something in the water. The thing struggled violently. Suddenly, a massive tentacle-like object whipped out of the water, aiming to smash into Gu Shu. Gu Shu coated his left hand in flames and grabbed the monstrous object, which possessed the force of 1,000 pounds. Although he held the tough, soft-bodied thing, its tail swept around, threatening to hit him anyway. Gu Shu retracted his right hand, holding the fire chain, blocking the object's path. The moment they made contact, red light flashed, and with a sizzling sound and the smell of burning flesh, the fire chain seared through the object, severing it. The tail fell to the ground. He stepped on the severed part and kicked it toward the crowd, who had all scrambled to their feet. Look at what it is. He didn't have time to study it himself, because the main body in the water roared in anger over losing a part of itself. The water bubbled furiously, the stench nearly suffocating. A gray-black, flat-shaped object with a slightly raised center surfaced. The flat creature's eyes and mouth were on its underside, so it tilted its body slightly to glare at Gu Shu with angry, ferocious eyes. Gu Shu was holding one of its two tails. Roaring, it moved its body, and the second tail lashed out. This time, the force and power were much greater. Facing a whip-like object thicker than his own arm, Gu Shu didn't dare take it head-on. He let go and leaped lightly away from his spot. The tail whipped the ground, making a piercingly loud noise. Bian Changxi ran over, took one look, and said, "Its weak point must be on its belly. I'll flip it over, you hit it." Saying this, several vines flew out, skimming over the thing's back in a row and diving into the water. 2 seconds later, they burst out of the water in front of its body, shooting straight up into the sky. Naturally, the monster was flipped upward, tail down. Its belly and face were completely exposed, a very deformed face. Gu Shu immediately pierced it with several fire rockets. No matter how the monster struggled, the tough vines remained unmoved. Its two tails flailed wildly, but were blocked by Gu Shu. Soon, it was beaten to death, and Bian Changxi dragged it onto the shore. Gu Shu walked around it and dug into its abdomen for a while, extracting a Tier 3 water nucleus. The crowd began to whisper. What is this monster? What did it mutate from? Who knows? Maybe it's a completely new species. A Tier 3 water monster right here near the shore. Gu Shu looked at the dark, heavy water surface and the giant ships at least 5,000 or 6,000 meters away. After a moment of silence, he asked Bian Changxi, "Can you collect that patrol boat?" Bian Changxi looked. It was a fishery administration patrol boat, docked among a cluster of vessels. It looked to be 5 or 6 meters long, a 4-seater, roughly the volume of an average car. She nodded affirmatively. Gu Shu said, "Collect it and put it in the water over here." Bian Changxi asked, "You're going to take this boat over there?" "It's too small, too unsafe. Anything slightly larger could flip it over. If you fall into the water." Gu Shu shook his head. "I know what I'm doing. Help me out." Bian Changxi had no choice but to pull the patrol boat over. Gu Shu had an earth system user throw soil clods into the water. After waiting a moment with no reaction, it seemed this area was indeed clear of other mutant creatures. Gu Shu used a fire chain to pull the patrol boat closer and said to everyone, "Be careful on the shore too. Zombies could come at any time." "Major General Gu, you're going alone." "That won't do, it's too dangerous," someone said. Bian Changxi grabbed the gunwale of the patrol boat. "I should go too. If there's good stuff, I can collect it on the spot." But Gu Shu said, "I'll go check the situation first. You wait here for a while." Bian Changxi's eyes widened. "How can you do that? You're worried something will happen to me. Then you shouldn't go either. Isn't it dangerous for you? It's just 2 ships of oil and coal. We can do without them." In the end, Gu Shu didn't listen to the advice and piloted the patrol boat alone toward the giant ship. The journey was fraught with danger. The water was teeming with all kinds of creatures, each massive and ferocious. A single sweep of a tail fin seemed capable of easily sinking the small patrol boat. The people on shore watched with hearts in their throats. When he finally reached the side of the giant ship, the height of the hull, dozens of meters, wasn't an issue for Gu Shu. The problem was that there were zombies on board. Bian Changxi watched Gu Shu's distant figure, which appeared tiny and blurred, seemingly merging into the vast water under the gloomy, cold sky. She couldn't describe the feeling. Her heart felt unsettled. At the same time, there was anger, confusion, frustration, and contemplation. However, to others, she just looked like she was standing with her arms crossed and a stern face, her expression so stiff and suppressed that no one could guess her thoughts. Over 40 minutes later, Gu Shu returned. He was soaked through and covered in wounds, his clothes torn into strips, but his relaxed and steady expression made him seem anything but wretched. Upon arrival, he wasted no words and ordered the team to pack up and return. Everyone looked at each other in confusion. Today's big mission hadn't been completed yet, and they were leaving. But no one dared to question the order, and they quickly prepared to depart. Bian Changxi didn't say much either. She looked him up and down, then threw him a set of sportswear and a large towel before turning and walking away. Milk craned his neck to look at one, then the other, and finally followed Bian Changxi without hesitation. Gu Shu smiled helplessly. She's angry. Since there were no casualties, and the rest had allowed everyone to recover most of their spirit and energy, the journey back was somewhat easier. However, perhaps feeling that they hadn't met the target for this outing, everyone was holding back their energy, looking for targets on the road as if determined to earn back their appearance fee and travel expenses. Gu Shu didn't stop them. So, after the dock was aggressively swept clean of anything movable, the mutant beasts, zombies, and various shops along the way suffered. While returning via the original mountain path, an amusing incident occurred. The long-haired brocade monkey that had been shaved brought a group of its kin. They ambushed the team in the forest, ready to exact revenge and wash away the shame of hair loss. Seeing about 100 long-haired monkeys jumping and swinging in the surrounding trees, screeching arrogantly, including the dozen or so most agitated bald monkeys, the group nearly burst out laughing. The final result was that all the monkeys, including the bald ones, were captured. Bian Changxi contributed 4 large trucks and cut down trees blocking the road, and only then did they painstakingly transport the precious monkeys down the mountain. Once they reached the flat road at the foot of the mountain, Bian Changxi and 2 other space system users took out the cars they had driven there. They sped back to the base, leaving the people carefully hunting prey and chopping trees in the vicinity envious. Look at that, a big collective is a big collective. Every time they move, it's extraordinary. They can even put cars into space. How big are their spaces? You don't know. That's Bian Changxi of Jiang City, the woman in black just now. She's ranked number 1 on the space system size chart. Some people guess her space is as big as 20 football fields. That powerful. But speaking of which, I heard these people have easy missions with huge rewards every time. Everyone gets a cut. They must be making a lot. Yeah, if only I could join. Bian Changxi was unaware of these discussions. After entering the base, she didn't return to the villa but went directly to the factory with the 4 trucks of monkeys. Oh, it shouldn't be called a factory anymore. In the 20-plus days since the autumn equinox, this place had been rapidly built and developed. Because all workers were informed that the weather would change and construction would become troublesome later, everyone worked with all their might. Shifts ran day and night, and in just over 20 days, rows of buildings rose from the ground, concentrating offices for various departments, production units for various factories, and diverse activity sectors. The official name of this place was now the Jiang City Activity Center, fulfilling the purpose Gu Shu had cited when he insisted on acquiring this land. The cars drove under the main archway of the activity center. After passing inspection, they drove in slowly. Bian Changxi looked at the buildings on both sides. Although the style was simple and monotonous, the engineering quality was guaranteed. Her heart ached slightly. Why build it so well? It's just going to be given to zombies as a nest soon. However, she admired Gu Shu's patience and determination. Doing all this brought little benefit to him, a man destined to leave early. The beneficiary was actually the entire Jiang City group. The cars soon arrived in front of a huge factory building. The sign Jiang City Material Inspection Department stood on both sides of the gate. The director, who was registering and packing boxes, saw the cars coming and immediately put down his work, rushing over to welcome them. "Oh my, I was just talking about you guys. Chuik, park the cars here. Come down and have some tea first. You've worked hard." He saw the 4 trucks of long-haired monkeys, and his eyes lit up. This is good stuff. But then he smiled bitterly inside. The monkey fur was good, but what would they feed these guys? The people of Jiang City were living better than most, but that just meant they were full at every meal. There was no surplus grain. When he saw Bian Changxi get out of the car, the bitter smile appeared on his face. Miss Bian." Bian Changxi looked at the young director's changing expression with a smile. "What? Not happy to see me?" No, Miss Bian's arrival means the harvest is great this time. If your harvest is good, all our people benefit. I am happy. Right, Bian Changxi never visited without a reason. Whenever she appeared, it meant there were so many supplies that the other space system users couldn't carry them all. He looked at the 2 space system users behind her. Since space users had to come personally to deliver goods, he had a mental ledger of who had how much space. Those 2 were clearly experts, ranked on the space size leaderboard. Great, overtime again today. The young inspection department director, Pei Chusan, was happy yet pained. Thinking this, he immediately ordered people to move the 4 trucks of monkeys to the livestock processing plant nearby. They needed to be inspected and registered. These monkeys definitely had to be penned, and arrangements had to be made with the Poultry and Livestock Center. They might even need to clear a new piece of land. Of course, that wasn't his business. He asked Bian Changxi, "Shall we go into the warehouse, or count them right here in the open?" The main warehouse of the inspection department was quite large. It received supplies from large teams, then inspected, tallied, and estimated the value of the goods. The main warehouse primarily served the team led personally by Gu Shu, because his operations were never small, and the harvest was huge. A smaller venue wouldn't fit it. Only when Gu Shu had no scheduled operations would there be a slot to accept business from other hunting teams. Of course, those came with fees. For official missions of the Army and the Jiang City Hunting Corps, 3% of all materials was charged as an inspection fee. For their private organization activities, it was 7%. For others in Jiang City, it was 12%, and for non-Jiang City people, 18%. One might ask, why send supplies to the inspection department? Of course, you didn't have to. But when a team got supplies, they had to divide the loot right. Everyone needed their private share. Small teams or those with authoritative captains might divide it internally, but for teams with many members, complex compositions, or internal politics, tallying supplies was troublesome. The Jiang City Inspection Department was a great choice. The people here were professionals with sharp eyes and shrewd minds, closely following real-time price information. If you handed them a pheasant and a tire, they could immediately give a price based on Tier 1 white cores as the counting unit, with an accuracy range within plus or minus 5%. For Jiang City people, their own were trustworthy. For non-Jiang City people, this department had no conflict of interest with them and wouldn't operate in the shadows. The valuation results were credible, so business had been improving day by day since opening half a month ago. Just today, Director Pei Chusan had turned down several big cases because Major General Gu had an operation, keeping the main warehouse empty since morning. Bian Changxi looked around and told the 2 space system users to go inside the warehouse. She stayed outside and with a wave of her hand, released countless shipping containers, vehicles, entire counters of tobacco and alcohol, several bed cabinets, piles of household appliances, cardboard boxes filled with unknown items, a large stack of glass sheets, 2 trucks of ceramic tiles, countless red bricks and yellow sand, bundles of packaged mountain delicacies and seafood, barrels of carpet fabric, and a mountain of mutant beast corpses. Pei Chusan went from wide-eyed to twitching lips, and finally to a gaping jaw. He was completely out of it. He heard Bian Changxi still listing. There are also a lot of trees. I'll send them directly to the charcoal department. As for the few boats, looks like there's no room for them. Pei Chusan swallowed. Just these things are enough for us to work from dawn to dawn, okay. Where did Miss Bian dig all this up? If others brought out even 10% of this, it would be called a massive harvest. Not to mention there were 2 more space system users inside the warehouse. Fortunately, Bian Changxi showed mercy and said, no need to register those construction materials. Just call the construction department to haul them away. The construction department had its own space system users, so transport was easy. In fact, she had secretly held back a portion, keeping about 1/3 of what she considered valuable. As for construction materials, she only brought out half. Aside from yellow earth and sand, which Earth system users could produce, things like bricks and glass were still consumables. She didn't want to use them all here. After delivering the supplies, Bian Changxi strolled alone to Donking Street and arrived at a place called Jiang City Weaponry. As the name suggested, this weapon shop was also opened by Jiang City. There were some customers inside. She went to the counter. I'm here to pick up my blade. The shop owner, who was attending to customers, saw her and immediately ran over. Miss Bian, why did you come personally? I was planning to send it to you a bit later. He told a clerk to fetch the Tang Dao from the back. Bian Changxi unsheathed it. The blade shone brilliantly, its edge graceful and sharp, faintly revealing a glorious, noble golden hue. It brought to mind legends of weapons that sliced through iron like mud. The owner said, as per your request, the blade edge was quenched by a metal system user. The hardness and sharpness have increased significantly. When you chop zombies in the future, I guarantee the edge won't chip. Bian Changxi nodded, sheathed the blade, and stored it in the farm. Ignoring the owner's refusal, she paid the fee. Walking out and taking a few steps, she saw UNHWA Weaponry. UNHWA Weaponry had already been facing supply channel issues. After Jiang City Weaponry opened, their business plummeted. Holding on until today, they finally had to close. Bian Changxi looked at the group of dejected people. Among them, the handsome and refined Ju UNHWA looked gloomy. Watching the shop being taken over by the next tenant, signboard taken down, unnecessary counters and decorations smashed, renovations starting on the spot, his fists were clenched tight, his jaw set, though his face betrayed little emotion. Having been partners for 6 or 7 years, Bian Changxi could see at a glance what immense anger and loss Ju UNHWA was suppressing. This man seemed tranquil and detached, but he was actually extremely utilitarian and competitive. Looking at his naming conventions, UNHWA Weaponry, UNHWA Base, his pre-apocalypse company UNHWA something, one could see his narcissism and arrogance. The weapon shop ending so dismally, his frustration could be imagined. In this life, the junior sister who could discover treasures for him was dead. Wen Mingli had issues of her own. Chu Yi had entered the Base Research Institute. With a status now superior to his, Chu Yi disdained associating with him. And she, Bian Changxi, would never be his stepping stone again. How far could Ju UNHWA go? Bian Changxi thought indifferently, as if watching an inconsequential play. The actor was someone she had hated before death and resented after rebirth. She hadn't lacked thoughts of revenge, but seeing him in person, she realized she couldn't muster any emotion beyond dislike. Up until this moment, she truly didn't care about the past anymore. This person wasn't worth her time or energy. Revenge would be flattering him. letting him fall into obscurity among the masses. That result was good enough. As she left, she heard those people discussing which hunting team was recruiting so they could earn a living. They flattered Zhu Yunhwa, saying that as a dignified Tier 2 fire system user, he would surely become a squad leader if he went. Zhu Yunhwa was extremely irritable, though he still feigned open-mindedness and optimism. He didn't know why everything was going wrong. He was supposed to build a foundation, yet now he had to toil for the position of a mere squad leader. Suddenly, he saw a back view. A strange sense of joy bubbled up in his heart, but before he could see clearly, the figure flashed through the crowd and disappeared. Bian. He stood there blankly, unable to react for a long time. It felt as if he had lost something. A deep annoyance and regret swept across his heart. Bian Changxi rode a motorcycle to the water plant on Auction House Street. The water plant had expanded, renting the storefronts on both sides and opening branches elsewhere. There were 500 water system employees. Including those filling water, transporting, managing, and bookkeeping, there were over 1,500 people. It was a large enterprise of 2,000 people, and the profits were excellent. But at this moment, Chen Yisha, the deputy manager, sat at her desk sighing. Bian Changxi stored her bike and went in. That expression makes people think our water plant is about to go bankrupt. Chen Yisha stood up in surprise when she saw her. "You're finally here. If you hadn't come, I would have suffocated." She pulled Bian Changxi into the break room and closed the door, speaking nervously. "When I came to work this morning, that person followed me again. And it seems there was more than one. Luckily, I was smart and waited at a busy intersection for a while, then walked with a few strongmen from the plant otherwise." Bian Changxi frowned. "So arrogant. Have you identified who they are?" "Yeah," I peeked back. "They aren't from my family. Besides, seeing that I'm making money and they can buy water at a discount through me, my family wouldn't force me anymore." I looked, and they seemed like a few rogue soldiers. Chen Yisha had seen people from the Jiang City military district these days and understood the temperament and habits of soldiers. Bian Changxi immediately decided to follow Chen Yisha after work to see who exactly was being so sneaky. Actually, Chen Yisha had been troubled by these people for more than a day or two. At first, business was normal, but in the last 4 or 5 days, as the temperature dropped sharply and the water plant's business dipped slightly, those people appeared. She dared not tell anyone but Bian Changxi. The two put their heads together and figured there were 3 possibilities. The Chen family, a certain lightning system user who had pursued her, or a certain dirty old man she had almost been sent to serve. Aside from that, Chen Yisha had been low-key and well-behaved. She couldn't have offended anyone. If it was targeted at the water plant, none of the other employees had experienced anything similar. Waiting until 5 p.m., they got off work. Chen Yisha carried her shoulder bag, waved goodbye to everyone, and walked slowly down the street. It was rush hour, and there were many people on the road. But once she left the main road, it gradually became deserted. Chen Yisha was returning to the Chen residence, located in a place slightly more upscale than ordinary residential areas because the Chen family had spent a lot of money to move in. This area was mostly populated by wealthy merchants with no power. The Bian family was also here. Few people from wealthy merchant families went out to work or hunt, so there were fewer people returning home at this time than elsewhere. The narrow road lined with desolate green belts was silent ahead and behind. Suddenly, a vigorous figure darted out from the green belt. Chen Yisha was startled and immediately lashed out with a water whip. Bian Changxi's training over these days had been effective. Chen Yisha finally had the combat skill of a water whip, though perhaps due to a lack of natural fighting instincts, her swing was mediocre. The water whip kept the opponent from getting close, but a second person immediately jumped out of the green belt, circling quickly behind Chen Yisha. Chen Yisha turned pale with fright. The water whip couldn't block 2 people. She was quickly grabbed from behind, A cloth covered her mouth, and she went limp, fainting. It is worth mentioning that the road wasn't entirely empty during this process. There were 3 or 4 passers-by, but they turned a blind eye, even hurrying to detour for fear of getting into trouble. They seemed completely indifferent to the tragedy that might befall a beautiful young woman in such a kidnapping. Watching from the shadows, Bian Changxi frowned. If this happened under Gu Shu's governance, it would certainly be different. But she knew that 5 months into the apocalypse, all kinds of ugliness had been unleashed. Not to mention drugging someone on the street, even stripping someone naked and raping them right there happened in some particularly backward and filthy places. After succeeding, the 2 men immediately dragged her behind the green belt. One touched Chen Yisha's face. Water system users are water system users. Her skin is so good. And she smells so nice. This broad must bathe every day. The other said, enough, stop touching. Go get the car. Don't be like that. If I can't eat the meat, can I drink some soup? This chick is stacked. It's a waste not to touch. Who would know if I stole a couple of kisses? Saying that, he went to undo Chen Yisha's buttons. Before his hand could touch her, a green thing whooshed out, wrapping around his hand and pulling in the opposite direction. It wound his arm around his neck, then tightened violently. Within a few blinks, the man was tied up like a spinning top. Seeing the situation go south, the other man immediately ran, but a vine hooked his legs. With a pull, he fell face first into the messy green belt, screaming. Who knew what he had scraped against? Bian Changxi walked out and first checked Chen Yisha's breathing. Confirming she had only fainted, she turned to look coldly at the 2 men. For the more lecherous one, she shot 2 thin wooden thorns directly into the wrist that had tried to commit the crime and into his crotch. Before he could scream, she grabbed a piece of cloth and stuffed it into his mouth. He was already tied up in a twisted knot, unable to even roll over in pain. He convulsed dryly, tears streaming down his face, banging his head against the ground. Blood gushed rapidly from the 2 wounds. The other one peed his pants seeing this. He hurriedly said, spare me, spare me. I just did it for the money. I don't know anything. Bian Changxi looked closely at this man. He was built solidly, but was too dirty and thin, his sallow face showing he hadn't lived well. Although his clothes were ordinary, his shoes were military cloth shoes. He might really be a soldier. Bian Changxi's face grew even more disdainful and cold. Whose money did you take? Where were you taking her? I don't know who he is, really. The one who showed up was Brother Liu from the slums. He just told me to bring her to him. But I guess he's just taking money too. The slums again. Who is that Brother Liu? The man hesitated. Bian Changxi glanced sideways at the other man who was in agony and raised her hand. The man immediately said, I'll talk, I'll talk. Brother Liu was a thug in Sioux City before the apocalypse. I heard he did well in some underground gang. After the apocalypse, he came to the base very early and gathered a group of people. He's one of the veteran bosses in the slums. He usually does private jobs for the people above. Who are the people above? Seems to be officials and the like. Usually job stealing or snatching women. What a promising career. Bian Changxi asked, nothing else. Her eyes held no killing intent, only endless indifference. The man trembled all over. There is. Among Brother Liu's clients, there seems to be a dirty old man in his 50s or 60s. He's asked for water system women many times. I think it's that person. Bian Changxi stared into the man's eyes, confirming he wasn't lying. She turned to wake Chen Yisha. Unexpectedly, the man's eyes turned cold. He pulled a knife from somewhere and stabbed at Bian Changxi's back. Bian Changxi spun around, shifting her body slightly. In a half-crouch, she grabbed the hand launching the sneak attack. With a snap, she broke his hand. The knife fell to the ground. She then kicked him in the stomach, sending him rolling into a pile of weeds, clutching his belly, unable to even scream. What a pity. I intended to give you a chance, she said slowly. With her alertness, how could she expose her back to someone else? She just wanted to test him. The result was in. This person couldn't be kept alive either. She asked, where does that brother Liu live? I want the specific address. The man shook his head in terror. I can take you there, but you have to promise. Promise to let me go. Bian Changxi raised an eyebrow slightly. A blue syringe suddenly appeared in her hand. Do you know what this is? It's a modified interrogation serum. 3 minutes later, Bian Changxi obtained the information she needed, and there were 2 more corpses in the green belt. Chen Yisha was still in a groggy state after being woken up. She looked at the bodies with fear in her eyes and stammered, just killing them like that. Isn't it? Bian Changxi removed the silencer, put away the pistol, and studied how to erase the traces of her wood system ability. She shook her head. Do you know how many people they harmed before you? Or what your fate would have been today without me? Chen Yisha shuddered. Specializing in kidnapping women from good families, lecherous, obscene, vicious, and malicious. The death penalty was sufficient. Bian Changxi didn't feel she was being excessive. Chen Yisha's living environment was still too sheltered, and violent incidents were rare within the Jiang City group. But looking at the outside world, it had long fallen into chaos. Returning from 7 years into the apocalypse, Bian Changxi felt no guilt whatsoever about taking the lives of 2 pieces of trash. What was there to criticize? She said, I plan to go check on that guy named Liu and follow the vine to find the mastermind. But I'm 70 to 80% sure it's that dirty old man. Seeing Bian Changxi's unchanging expression, Chen Yisha felt both strange and admiring. Then she thought about how Bian Changxi did all this for her, yet she had momentarily felt the other was too ruthless. It was practically biting the hand that fed her. Startled by her own thoughts, she quickly said, I'll go too. Bian Changxi finished disposing of the bodies, looked at her, and nodded. Then let's hurry. The 2 headed toward the slums. Gradually, the surrounding buildings and scenery changed from modern, clean, and comfortable to increasingly dirty, chaotic, and dilapidated. Low, crumbling houses were everywhere. Makeshift shelters made of wood, bricks, rags, and scrapped cars were commonplace. The roads were full of trash. People with disheveled hair, dirty faces, and dull eyes could be seen everywhere, barely clothed. Of course, there were also groups of fierce-looking people carrying various weapons, with bizarre hairstyles and clothes. Their eyes held the bloodlust and insidiousness of killers, instantly bringing the term riffraff to mind. At this time, the sky was dim. Desolation was everywhere. Groans of hunger, flirting between men and women, ambiguous sounds of debauchery. One could even see a large group of men dragging a few women into a corner. Before long, excited whistles and roars from men, and shrill pleas and screams from women rang out from there. Chen Yisha's face turned pale. Seeing the X-rated scenes, she was furious. If Bian Changxi hadn't pulled her back in time, she might have done something stupid. Don't meddle. This is the law of survival here. Do you think this only happens today, or only here? But why do these weaklings, these women, still stay here? She said, all of this is just the norm. You can intervene once, but you can't fix everything. Instead, you'll draw fire onto yourself, harming others and yourself. Chen Yisha's face, disguised simply, looked even worse. As a water system user, her skin was naturally excellent and lustrous. Even in the dim light, it seemed to glow. Her frightened, pale appearance gave her a delicate, pitiful vibe. Bian Changxi noticed someone secretly staring at her. She whispered, why don't you go back first? Chen Yisha shook her head. It turns out we were protected too well. It's okay. I was just too shocked. I'm fine now. Bian Changxi looked at her, then led her through 7 twists and 8 turns, arriving in front of a dilapidated warehouse. Just like in the movies, There were broken-down cars parked here, and the outside and inside of the warehouse were piled with messy junk. People were on guard duty at the door, patrolling back and forth. Sounds of an argument could be faintly heard from inside. Bian Changxi vaguely caught a somewhat familiar voice. She led Chen Yisha to approach carefully. The sentries outside the warehouse gathered together in boredom, occasionally looking out. One said, "Why haven't Toad and the other guy delivered the goods yet?" "The deadline, old man, Huang gave is today. If we don't hand over the person today, old man Huang won't subsidize our rice, and we'll all go hungry. Don't be discouraged. Maybe they got delayed. She works in an office at the water plant. They have to be careful, right?" "What water plant? Haven't you heard? The profit of that broken water plant in a day isn't even equal to the coal plant Prince Kaiyan just opened." Bian Changxi and Chen Yisha exchanged a glance. Chen Yisha said, "That old man's surname is Huang." Then it was clear. The old lecher Huang couldn't forget Chen Yisha, whom he couldn't get his hands on, so he hired people to kidnap her directly. Originally, their goal was achieved, and they should have withdrawn. But Bian Changxi was bothered by that familiar voice. She couldn't recall who it was at the moment, but she felt she couldn't miss this chance to investigate. She told Chen Yisha to find a place to wait, while she sneaked closer to the warehouse, arriving under a window, using a car for cover, half-crouching. A furious voice came from inside. "Is she really not here with you? Someone told me she often runs this way. Even if I didn't ask you, you should know her movements." Bian Changxi paused. "That's Sun Buchun." The other voice was more relaxed, but Bian Changxi could hear his impatience. "I, Liu, manage heaven and earth, but do I have to manage Brother Sun's lover too? At least 10,000 people go in and out of these slums every day. I only have a few men. Can they keep an eye on everyone? If Brother Sun really misses that little lover, why not check with old Jueng or old Yang? They have many more eyes and ears than I do." Bian Changxi frowned. Sun Buchun was looking for someone, a woman. Then she heard Sun Buchun questioning again. "Last time I asked you to take care of Baldi Chiang, you dragged your feet and he didn't die. I haven't pursued that matter yet. You don't need to put on airs with me. I know, now that you've latched onto Huang II, it's like stepping onto the Zhuje family's boat. You think I, Sun Buchun, can't compare to Zhuje? You'll regret it later. Don't mention that space devices haven't entered the market yet. Even if they do, the things my woman makes are mine. No matter how much you jump around, it's useless." Bian Changxi was surprised listening to the first part. So Baldi Chiang's severe injury back then was Sun Buchun's doing behind the scenes. But what was the conflict between them? Even with her treatment, Baldi Chiang had lain in bed for days and later got involved in a police investigation. She didn't know how he was doing recently. When she heard space device, she froze. Space device. Haven't entered the market yet. Have they already been developed and produced? Or made by Sun Buchun's lover? Could it be that Rebirth protagonist? If not for foresight and knowledge of space devices, it would be impossible to create such things now. The other side was only just testing them. Sun Buchun stormed out of the warehouse with a dark face, leading his men. Bian Changxi shrank back behind the car, unsure whether to follow him or stay to listen more. Before she could decide, another group came out of the warehouse. The leader was tall and thin. His eyes were as rebellious and indomitable as a falcon's, hiding a dangerous aura. He cast a look of ridicule and disdain at Sun Buchun's back. "Let's go to Huang II's house. By the way, where are the goods? Boss, Toad, and the other guy haven't come back yet." The man named Liu said coldly, "Can't even handle a small matter properly." Bian Changxi held her breath. Only when the other party got in the car and left did she gently exhale. That man named Liu was very strong. She had almost been discovered. Huang II. That should refer to the old lecher, right? She fell into thought. Sun Buchun knew something, but clearly he didn't have the manpower, and his information was lagging. It seemed he only came to demand answers after the dust had settled. Staring at him would be useless. But the man named Liu went straight to Huang II after parting with Sun Buchun. There must be something there. Space devices or the Rebirth protagonist. Although she wasn't desperately looking for that Rebirth person, the matter had been hanging in her heart for a long time. Finally having a clue, she had to grab this fox's tail. She found Chen Yisha, and the two immediately left the slums as night was about to fall. Once out, Bian Changxi asked, "Where does the dirty old man live?" Chen Yisha was stunned, then got nervous. "You're going to avenge me." "And no need, right? It's not that serious. Since we know it's him, I'll just be careful in the future. His status is quite high. If things go wrong..." Bian Changxi interrupted her. "I have other business there. It has nothing to do with you. Just tell me." Chen Yisha was speechless. Seeing she really needed the answer, she said, "I only know he lives in Zone A. Since Zone A isn't accessible to ordinary people, my family used that to try and persuade me to submit. But I don't know the specific location." Bian Changxi frowned. "No other clues?" Chen Yisha lowered her head in thought. "It seems it should be quite close to the Zhuje family. Because one of my aunts mentioned that if I followed that man, I could even drop by the commander-in-chief's house." She asked hesitantly, "I don't know what business you have, but if you're going, should you tell Major Gunneral Gu?" "Tell Gu Shu." Bian Changxi thought of how Gu Shu had brushed her off to go to the giant ship alone. Her lips curled slightly. "No need. I'll be back soon. I just want to clear something up. I'm not looking for trouble." Besides, she had the farm. Acting alone was both convenient and safe. Most importantly, this matter likely involved another reborn individual. She didn't want anyone to know the secret of her rebirth. She glanced at the sky. It's getting dark, and the curfew is about to start. You should head back. There were very few people left on the road. Everyone was rushing home. If someone were caught on the streets because they couldn't make it back by the 6 p.m. curfew, they wouldn't even have a place to cry about it. She hailed an empty taxi. The driver, who was just about to head home, was happy to pick up one last fare. "Where to, ladies?" "The other taxis have already clocked out. I'm the only one left looking for passengers. But if it's too far, I can't take you. If I don't make it home before curfew, the fines will bankrupt me." The driver rattled on. Bian Changxi caught the main point, which made things a bit difficult for her. She pulled Chen Yisha aside and said, "Don't go home tonight. Those two men are dead, yet you'd be returning home just fine. Someone might come looking for you. Why don't you stay at Lin Rongrong's place for the night?" Chen Yisha was moved by her thoughtfulness. "All right, I'll stay with Rongrong. You be careful." She turned to the driver. "Sir, are you willing to go to the Jiang City residential area, near Xinfeng Chuyuan?" That area was good, safe, with wide streets and streetlights, and it wasn't far from the driver's own home. He happily agreed. Bian Changxi watched the car drive away, before turning and disappearing into the twilight. The villa district where Bian Changxi lived was Area B. The neighborhood's gatekeepers and security checks were already quite strict. Usually, non-residents couldn't enter unless accompanied by a resident. As for Area A, which was a tier higher, the security was bound to be even tighter. Bian Changxi looked at the high-end apartment complex, heavily guarded under the cover of night, and grumbled inwardly. How was that old geezer qualified to live here? She remembered Huang. Huang II, was it? He was just a former government official. For some reason, he held real power over civil affairs in the base, but even so, it shouldn't be enough to get him into Area A. In truth, although Area A was known as the highest-tier location in the base, excluding the Research Institute, administrative buildings, and the base granary, the residential section wasn't actually the most luxurious. looking at the rows of dozen-story apartment buildings with only a few lights flickering. How could they be more comfortable than a villa? Of course, deep within the complex, there were a few detached houses with private courtyards. People of Juga Yunma's level certainly lived there. The two deputy commanders, Ge Jianhwa and Shu Chang, likely did as well. Was Huang II really neighbors with people like that? She harbored her doubts while watching the guard post from the shadows. A frontal approach was out of the question. She looked left and right. There wasn't a single car in sight, killing her idea of hitching a ride in. That left only one option: climbing the wall. Bian Changxi took a long detour. Finally, she found a spot where the defenses were at their weakest. She laid vines on the ground, letting them crawl forward slowly, quietly, and stealthily until they reached the guard's feet. The moment the leaves made contact, she activated her ability. The guards' movements stiffened instantly, their expressions becoming wooden and vacant. Seizing the moment, she darted past them gracefully and silently, kicked off the railing, and leaped inside. Fortunately, these railings weren't very high. She knew there were surveillance cameras inside, hidden in places an average person wouldn't notice. To a layman, it might seem like they could do anything here without worry, but Bian Changxi wouldn't make that mistake. The moment she landed, she crouched in the bushes, remaining motionless while hiding her silhouette and searching for cameras. Found it. A lens hidden in the tree branches reflected a glint of light. Gunarily, there wouldn't be two cameras covering the same small area. Back when UNHWA base was being built, she had participated in setting up certain systems and knew a bit about camera placement. Being conservative, even if she didn't see a camera, she would only move within a specific small range. Once she was about to leave that range, she would hide again to find the next one. Fortunately, as a wood element user, she could easily detect those things through the perception of the trees. Though she stopped and started along the way, she quickly reached the detached houses. She didn't know who lived in which house. She found a spot and lay down, pressing her hands against the ground. Her energy seeped into the soil, advancing cautiously. While this place might not be teeming with masters, it certainly wasn't lacking them. She didn't dare be reckless. The first house was very quiet. Someone was cleaning on the first floor, while people were having a secret discussion in the study on the second. In another room, a man and two women were at it. The man's aura felt familiar. It was Juje Kyan. So this was the Juje residence. The second house had a massive basement. The walls were so thick that her energy could barely penetrate. She stealthily sent in a sliver of perception and felt the aura of a zombie. Was it that Gahan? Ge Jianhwa was certainly bold, actually keeping his zombie son right in his own home. Wasn't he afraid his neighbors or superiors would find out? She shook her head and moved to the next house. But this time, shortly after entering, she felt a slight anomaly, as if she were being watched. She had been discovered. She quickly retracted her ability. Halfway through, a thought struck her, and she directly severed her connection with that energy. This action turned her face pale, and she immediately ducked into the farm. Not long after she hid, a man rushed to the spot, a tall, thin, and cold man with bloodlust and surprise in his eyes. It was that brother Liu. He knelt on the ground and searched meticulously, but found nothing. He was both shocked and suspicious. He had clearly felt something in this area, yet it had suddenly vanished. After a moment of doubt, he led his men to search elsewhere. However, he secretly ordered his subordinates to keep a close eye on this spot. Meanwhile, inside the farm, Bian Changxi clutched her chest and let out a breath. That aura just now. She couldn't be wrong. It was that guy surnamed Liu. He was quite something. She had been so careful, and no one else had noticed, yet he did. Not only did he notice, but he even tried to countertrack her through her own energy. If she hadn't cut it off and hidden quickly, she would have been caught by now. But if he was here, did that mean this house belonged to Huang II? The reasoning was a bit forced. He might live here himself, or he could be visiting someone else. But Bian Changxi could only steer her guesses toward what she needed. Only then would she have a reason to investigate the house. Otherwise, wouldn't this whole trip be for nothing? Of course, the trouble now was that she didn't know if anyone was outside or when she could leave. Unfortunately, the farm didn't have an external view function yet. She remembered that in her previous life, that function didn't appear until the 6th year of the apocalypse. With it, one could see everything happening outside while inside the farm. Thinking of this, she knew she couldn't be too hasty. If she went out and they hadn't left, wouldn't she be walking straight into a trap? She decided to wait 10 minutes before heading out. Thanks to her consistent contribution of crystal cores, the farm had finally undergone some changes over the past 20-odd days. First, the time ratio was now double that of the outside world. This meant that if she waited 10 minutes for the outside, 20 minutes would pass inside the farm. Second, the farm had expanded again. Now, on both sides of the stream, there were 5 acres each of farmalliter sand and pasture. On the farm side, she had planted 2 acres of rice, 1 acre of wheat, 1 acre of cotton, and half an acre of pine trees. Of the remaining land, a small portion of half an acre held nearly ripe corn, followed by various vegetables. Lush green rice and wheat, dark green corn stalks as tall as a person, row upon row of vegetables, and fruit tree saplings lining the stream. Everything was vibrant and full of life. On the pasture side, the chickens and ducks were free roaming, and she had added geese. She had also acquired 2 small local puppies, clumsy little things with naturally blank expressions. They spent their days playing with each other or just sitting there for hours, looking like the guardian deities of the farm. By a stroke of luck, she had obtained a female yellow cattle, which happened to pair up with the male one she already had. She wouldn't have to worry about calves or beef in the future. Unfortunately, the female dairy cow still had no mate. Her calf had grown quite a bit and rarely nursed now. The mother cow's lactation period was ending, and her milk production had dropped significantly. It looked like she would dry up soon. Fortunately, a pregnant ewe had given birth to a lamb, and the new mother sheep had started producing milk. It was all fresh milk, and Bian Changxi wasn't picky, though milk seemed a bit displeased. As for the stream, Bian Changxi had obtained some crabs, freshwater shrimp, crawfish, crucian carp, and grass carp through a small river food shop in the base. She even got 2 small yellow croakers that were barely clinging to life at the time. Now, these small creatures had grown significantly in the stream water, living quite comfortably. In addition to these changes, the original 2-story small building by the farm had also transformed. The building had become more high-end and grand, though it was still far from the cozy, white European-style villa Bian Changxi wanted. She still hadn't decorated it much, only placing a bed, table, and chairs inside. Sometimes she would come in to sit, and she had put together a makeshift kitchen. Bian Changxi surveyed her farm, not wasting a single moment. The more she looked, the more satisfied she became, and the more chilled she felt regarding the other reborn person. In the past, it was exactly this kind of farm that drew people's greed. And she wasn't the only one who knew about this farm now. This feeling was unpleasant. She had to drag that person out. She ate a little to tide herself over, then changed her clothes. She pulled on a thin black wool cap that covered her ears, put on a mask, and flipped up the hood of her sweatshirt. Her face was almost entirely hidden. Seeing that enough time had passed, she cautiously left the farm. She reappeared in the same spot, moving from the brightness of the farm into the pitch-black night. She pressed her body against the ground, not daring to move. Her eyes scanned the surroundings silently. Once she was certain there was no danger, she slowly stood up. Area A at night, when viewed from above, was practically the most well-lit place in the entire base. The electricity here ran 24 hours a day, and clean water flowed constantly through the pipes. Everything was as convenient as it had been before the apocalypse. Consequently, the sound of televisions could be heard from some buildings, and the sound of someone whistling while taking a luxurious shower echoed from bathrooms. By the former artificial lake that had been leveled into flat ground, several European-style villas were scattered. The outermost villa looked no different from the others, but above the heads of the ground guards, outside a second-floor window, a black figure was clinging to the wall. Bian Changxi pressed herself against the window. Behind her was a tree that had lost all its leaves. Its branches, like the fingers of a starving ghost, cast mottled shadows on the wall, providing her with excellent camouflage. Her breathing was calm and long, harmonizing with the breeze. Her own aura blended with the few surrounding plants as she peered inside through a narrow slit in the curtains. Inside, several people sat under the colorful chandelier in the hall. Wen Mingli, whom Gu Shu had spent considerable manpower trying to find without success, was currently introducing something with a charming smile to a scrawny old man in his 60s. It's extremely practical. Having this is equivalent to carrying a space user with you. Moreover, it's one that will never betray you and can be completely trusted. In her hand, she held a silk handkerchief, cradling a jade ball the size of a ping-pong ball. The old man held her hand with one of his, kneading it from time to time in a lecherous manner, though his expression remained quite serious. He took the jade bead, examined it closely, and then handed it to someone. "Go try it." That person's expression was indifferent yet respectful, his eyes flashing with a sharp, cold light, like a beast ready to spring and devour its prey at any moment. This man was Brother Liu. Brother Liu took the jade bead with both hands, felt it, and then picked up a cup with his other hand. In the blink of an eye, the cup vanished, then reappeared. Next, he placed his hand against the coffee table. The table vanished and then reappeared. He returned the jade bead, saying with a hint of barely perceptible longing and heat, "It has 10 cubic meters of space." He glanced at Wen Mingli. It just so happened that Wen Mingli was looking over as well, and the beauty offered a smile under the lamp. It was like a lotus in full bloom, pure and moving. Outside, Bian Changxi curled her lip. A real match made in hell. Then her gaze fixed on Wen Mingli's face. It really was this woman. A reborn. No, it couldn't be confirmed yet. Perhaps she was just a spokesperson. She heard the scrawny old man, Huang II, say, "I heard you used to be one of Sun Buchun's people. Why did you leave your benefactor to come to this old man?" Wen Mingli smiled slightly. "Boss Sun was just my former employer. No matter how many connections he has, it's hard to hide his background as a mere businessman. His vision is inevitably narrow. I told him about developing spatial devices before, but he hesitated to agree, saying that space ability users were enough. I had no choice. I want to use you, Uncle Huang, to send a token of surrender to the Commander-in-Chief. If spatial devices can be popularized, it would benefit countless people." The house was well insulated. Bian Changxi couldn't hear the voices and could only vaguely distinguish the content through lip reading. She saw Wen Mingli add, "This matter must be handled quickly. I heard that Jiang City is also researching this." Huang II furrowed his brows, and his body, which had been leaning against the sofa, straightened. His bark-like old face turned grim. "How does that side know about this? Did you leak it?" Wen Mingli said coquettishly, "How could I? I know the importance of this matter. I only told you at the very beginning, and I only brought the finished product now that results have been achieved. Even Sun Buchun doesn't know. However, Uncle Huang, you've probably heard that the wood element master in Jiang City has quite a sharp mind." "That's true," another young man on the sofa said. "Dad, you don't know. The ideas for those factories in Jiang City all came from that person. Even that popular audit department was something she supposedly started on a whim." He crossed his legs and clicked his tongue. "The weirdest thing is that everything this woman touches turns to gold. If it were inherited business acumen, I'd understand, but the rest of the BN family are all idiots." Because this person was sitting in a corner, Bian Changxi couldn't see him and naturally didn't know what he said. She only saw Huang II glare at someone. "As if you have a brain. Hurry up and go to the commander's house." That old thing Gu Jian HWA went to discuss business with the commander today. Notify me as soon as he leaves. He then added, Wen, wait here for a moment. The commander might want to speak with you personally in a bit. Wen Mingli nodded quickly, unable to hide her inner excitement. Thank you so much, Uncle Huang. Zhuge Yunma held the base's primary resources and later successfully led his troops to the capital. As a high-ranking general, he would surely do well there. If possible, she didn't want to give up a big fish like Sun Buchun. After all, she had already invested countless efforts into him. But precisely because she had done so much, Sun Buchun still turned cold whenever he felt like it. Women are sensitive. Sun Buchun wasn't a sentimental person. In fact, with his merchant nature, he would lose all grace when he turned hostile. She had to make other plans for herself. She had used their previous relationship to grind many men and resources out of Sun Buchun, claiming she wanted to conduct research. Seeing that it would ultimately benefit him, Sun Buchun was quite generous. Thus, she took the opportunity to bribe people and used her knowledge of the future to find future masters. Among them was fully poaching Chu Yi and sending him into the research institute. She also acquired some minor treasures and hoarded a batch of supplies. With her foundation set, she chose Zhuge Yunma after much deliberation. In truth, she would have preferred Gu Shu, but one wrong step led to another. Choosing Sun Buchun initially meant it was impossible to have anything with Gu Shu. That man wasn't easily fooled, not to mention Bian Changxi was by his side. Of course, Zhuge Yunma wasn't easy to approach either, so she used Huang II as a stepping stone. Since you call me uncle, your business is my business, Huang II said without shame. He smiled and naturally put his arm around her shoulder, pouring her a glass of wine with his other hand. Others say Bian Changxi's ideas come one after another, but in my eyes, no matter how much she tinkers, it can't compare to a single hair of this spatial device. I might even have to bask in your glory this time. Bian Changxi saw Huang II's son run off to the Zhuje residence and return a moment later with a look of joy. Then she looked up and saw the two in the room already embracing. An old lecher is truly an old lecher. His hand reached into her clothes, kneading here and there. Looking at Wen Mingli's expression, it was hard to tell if she felt more pleasure or pain, though she occasionally laughed and scolded him coquettishly. What was even more absurd was that Brother Liu remained standing to the side, acting as if nothing were happening, yet his eyes were fixed on them. She felt waves of nausea. She thought that if Wen Mingli were a reborn, it was an insult to all reborns. To be reborn and, if not content to live peacefully, still have to use one's body as capital to achieve great things, wasn't that a form of irony? However, the show wasn't over. Huang II was called away, but Wen Mingli remained. Brother Liu locked the door, his long legs striding over the sofa to grab Wen Mingli as she was straightening her clothes. He whispered something in her ear. Wen Mingli feigned annoyance and made a move to hit him, her manner quite familiar. The two of them immediately rolled into a heap. Bian Changxi was stunned. This works too. They don't even care where they are. She checked the time. It was past 9. The temperature at night dropped sharply. Since she wasn't yet immune to the cold, she felt a bit chilled. Moreover, she had seen enough. As long as she could seize these people and the spatial device, Wen Mingli wouldn't be able to escape. She didn't plan to keep watching. Just as she was about to leave, the trysting pair fought their way to the window. Brother Liu even boldly opened the window, the curtains fluttering out. The two of them sat on the windowsill under the cover of the curtains, doing this and that. Bian Changxi immediately flattened her body and held her breath, not daring to let Brother Liu discover her. She was truly having her eyes opened. She had never seen such a bold affair. But listening to the suppressed moans and growls inside, her cheeks eventually began to burn. The scale was too large, and the language was too filthy and explicit. From her angle, she could vaguely see the overlapping white flesh. The close-range stimulation was indeed a bit much. In her previous life, although she was married to Ju Yunhwa, they never had a marital life due to being busy and her own resistance. Whenever Ju Yunhwa had needs, he found others. Since she had the farm to protect her, even if Ju Yunhwa was dissatisfied, he never said anything. While she had seen many ugly, large-scale incidents, she had never been this close, even to the point of smelling them. This was when she discovered the downside of her lack of experience. She actually lacked some mental composure. If she had known, she should have watched more films to train herself. She felt disgusted, yet an odd sensation uncontrollably bubbled up. Her gaze became a bit vacant, her limbs felt slightly weak, and a faint, strange fragrance reached her nose. She shook her head, cursing herself for being unprofessional. Suddenly, she realized something and was struck with horror. Just as she was about to jump down, a sharp pain shot through her left shoulder. It felt as if something had exploded. From the corner of her eye, she saw a spray of blood bloom. The two people who were supposed to be lost in passion were now looking at her coldly. Brother Liu held a strangely designed pistol, pointing it straight down at her. It was a trap. Since when? Bian Changxi lost her balance and fell to the ground. Just as she tried to stand, a piercing pain radiated from her left shoulder. This was thousands of times worse than the initial shot. It hurt so much she almost collapsed. She bit her tongue hard, fleeing before the alerted guards could arrive. Following closely behind, Brother Liu jumped down and gave chase, his figure moving like a blur. Bian Changxi's heart sank. A speed user. Her foot tripped on a floor tile, and she almost fell again. That was when she realized something was wrong. She seemed to be losing her strength. When she tried to use her ability, there was a sense of stagnation, and the surrounding scenery and people were starting to double. The wind howled behind her as the pursuer arrived almost instantly. Bian Changxi spun around abruptly, her vines twisting into a shield to block the attack. The shield, formed from intertwined vines, was covered in a thick layer of ice that radiated an intense chill. Brother Liu had reached out with his hand like a claw to grab her, but he slammed into the vine shield instead. It felt like hitting the hardest stone. His knuckles throbbed with pain. He immediately struck out with his other palm. Bian Changxi was pushed back a considerable distance. She barely managed to steady herself without falling, using the momentum of the push to accelerate her run. Alarms began to blare in Area A, warning everyone that an intruder had broken in. Bian Changxi knew she had to escape before the enemy could fully react, or she would be a trapped rat. She couldn't even enter the farm here. If she did, they would only need to guard this area and increase surveillance day and night, and she would never be able to come out again. Once she was out, it wouldn't matter. She pulled junk cars, beds, and tables out of the farm and threw them behind her. This forced Brother Liu, who had closed the distance, to slow down. Bian Changxi then threw a 50-liter white barrel filled with gasoline high into the air. As it began to fall, she pulled out an automatic pistol. Setting it to full auto, she sprayed a line of bullets. Though her aim was poor, a couple of rounds managed to hit the target. Bang! The fuel barrel exploded. Bian Changxi was thrown back by the shockwave, and her pistol flew off to who knows where. Countless screams erupted behind her. She scrambled up immediately. Whenever she met resistance, she repeated the tactic. After a few more explosions, she reached the perimeter wall. She blew a hole in the wall with another barrel, hopped onto a motorcycle, wrapped herself in a fireproof cloth she pulled out, and charged through. Vroom! Vroom! The motorcycle sped onto the silent, deserted streets, racing forward. Behind her, guards and the stationed military police began to give chase in their vehicles. Bian Changxi turned into a small alley, stowed the bike, climbed over a wall, and reached another alley. Before she could run more than a few steps, headlights appeared from all directions. She quickly ran toward an unblocked intersection, escaping into a winding lane. The cars couldn't enter, but she could hear them keeping pace outside. They were even setting up blockades ahead. Someone was shouting through a megaphone for her to surrender. She felt her physical strength failing. The pain in her shoulder made her wish for death. She didn't know what kind of gun that was to be so powerful, and it must have been loaded with some kind of drug. A car blocked the intersection ahead. The men inside got out and raised their guns. Bian Changxi instinctively reached for another fuel barrel, but then thought of something else and grabbed a grenade-like object. This was a modified explosive, said to be extremely powerful. It was developed for large mutant beasts. Gu Shu had used them at sea during the day, and she had been issued two, which she had forgotten about. She pulled the pin and threw it. With a boom, the path ahead turned into a ball of fire. She ran through the flames, checked the terrain, and pulled a sports car out of the farm. She hopped in and drove off, speeding away before the other vehicles could intercept her. Sitting in the car, she gasped for air. Her hands gripped the steering wheel as she watched the rearview mirror. A black business SUV was closing in fast. Double images danced before her eyes. The car in the mirror looked like a distorted, monstrous creature amidst a kaleidoscope of blurred lights. She looked up slightly. There was a large stone by the side of the road ahead. She stared at the stone as if in a daze. Under the influence of the drug, her ability was sluggish, yet it felt like it was about to boil over. She gritted her teeth, her long eyelashes lifting. Her eyes flashed with cold light, and the stone flew up, smashing perfectly into the front windshield of the SUV. The driver was left bloodied, and the car screeched to a halt sideways. She spat out a mouthful of turbid air. An unstoppable metallic taste kept rising from her throat and leaking from the corner of her mouth. Just as a turn appeared ahead, she wiped the blood from her lips and jerked the steering wheel. A straight street appeared before her. She furrowed her brows, pulled out a long rod to wedge the accelerator down, maintaining her current direction and speed, and then vanished from the car. All the pursuing vehicles followed the turn, roaring after the sports car. The car eventually crashed into a sales hall at the end of the road. The vehicles surrounded it, and men got out with guns, cautiously approaching. They didn't see a black-clad, masked figure appear out of thin air on the road behind them, glance coldly at the crash site, and quickly head in the opposite direction. That night, the entire residential area of Area A was shaken. The news that a thief had broken in for the first time since the base's creation and caused massive explosions and fires prevented many from sleeping peacefully. People's minds raced with various speculations. Since they were all high-ranking officials who had their moments of power, they naturally had enemies. The first thought was a vendetta. With their lives and property at stake, no one could sit still. They immediately began gathering information or attending meetings. The commander-in-chief and the two deputy commanders received the news immediately. It was discovered at Huang Weimin's house. Gu Jianhwa asked his adjutant. To clarify, Huang II's original name wasn't Huang II. He had a very upright and loyal-sounding name. It was only because he was lecherous and wretched that people gave him the nickname Huang II after the apocalypse. Yes. It's said that before the thief was discovered, Huang Weimin hurried to Commander Zhu Jie's house, seemingly to report an urgent matter. Everyone knew Huang Weimin was Zhuge Yunma's lackey. It was said that shortly after the apocalypse, he had risked his life to save Zhuge Yunma once. This led to his meteoric rise, even allowing him to live in one of the few villas in Area A, so he could reach the commander's ear at any time. It was no secret that he provided Zhuge Yunma with inside information, but this was the first time he had rushed over in the middle of the night. Gu Jianhwa leaned back in his chair, his face showing the mountain-like stability and indifference of someone who had weathered many storms. Only when he heard the name Zhu Jie did a heavy trace of hatred flicker in his calm eyes. Keep an eye on that side. Don't act rashly. They must have some secret, and now the classified info has been stolen, right? That useless little thief, how did they get caught? In another villa, a scrawny old man was jumping in frustration. He clung to the windowsill, watching the emergency firefighting below, his eyes twitching. Why didn't that fire start on that pig's head? HMPH, it would be better if he burned to death. Acting like a commander every day, really thinking he's a local emperor. How dare he not show me, Xu Chang, any respect? The last two sentences were spoken softly. No one but himself heard them. He shouted to his confidant, "Bring Huang Weimin to me. I want to question him." Meanwhile, in Zhuge Yunma's villa, a middle-aged man sitting with a commanding presence asked deeply, "Bian Changxi?" Huang Weimin bowed with utmost respect. "Yes, Commander." The two of them are certain that the person was Bian Changxi from Jiang City. Zhuge Yunma turned his gaze toward Brother Liu and Wen Mingli. With his sharp eyes, he could tell at a glance that their auras were a bit off, and his brow furrowed. However, the world had changed. He wasn't afraid of people having crooked intentions, only of people being hard to control. Gu Shu's group had decent character, but what use was that if they worked against him? He asked, "How are you certain? Did you see her face?" Brother Liu knew this was an opportunity to prove himself, so he said concisely, "I didn't see her face, but her build and eyes were similar." "I don't dare be absolutely certain." Wen Mingli was not to be outdone. "I've spoken with Bian Changxi before. She's a very special person. It's hard to mistake her." Huang Weimin also whispered, "Commander, regarding what I told you earlier, I heard Jiang City is also working on it. Could she have come to scout the situation? Then they shouldn't have sent Bian Changxi." Gu Shu had no shortage of scouts. Even if they weren't enough, any one of his 5 Special Forces members would be 1,000 times better than a woman. Zhuge Yunma found this explanation even less believable. Zhuge Kaiyan stood slightly to his left and behind him, hands folded respectfully over his stomach. At this moment, a light flashed in his wicked eyes. He leaned down and whispered, "Father, since there's testimony and a motive, why don't I go test the waters? I heard Bian Changxi was injured." Brother Liu answered immediately, "Yes, she was hit in the left shoulder. The bullet was a specially made chemical round. It explodes upon entering the body and sticks to the muscle. It's hard to remove without cutting away the flesh, and the drug's effects will last for a long time." "Oh, there are such bullets." Zhuge Kaiyan seemed very interested. "What does the drug do?" Brother Liu hesitated for a moment before saying, "It reduces physical strength, but it's still under development. We're not sure about the side effects." Wen Mingli lowered her head. She had asked Chu Yi to make those chemical rounds. Only the two of them knew. The drug's true purpose was to suppress wood element abilities, with reducing strength being secondary. Of course, there were side effects. Ideally, it would cause that woman's ability to collapse prematurely. Around 11 p.m. that night, Villa District Number 1 saw another group of people arrive. This time, the display of power was even greater than when Xu Chang's men came to cause trouble. Military vehicles, firearms, a squad of special forces moving in perfect unison, and even a small team of tactical police. It was the setup for catching a major criminal. The lights in Villa Number 13 were blazing. Gu Shu led his people out to the living room. Young Master Zhuge, visiting so late at night. What could be so urgent? Like Chu Nan, Zhuge Kaiyan hadn't joined the military and held no rank, but everyone respected him as the commander-in-chief's son, so they addressed him as young master or prince. Zhuge Kaiyan had a grim face, as if his home had been ransacked by a bold thief. He didn't look at Gu Shu, but scanned everyone present. Not seeing the one he wanted, he said coldly, "Major General Gu, you must know that not long ago, a thief broke into Area A and set fire to several important materials. There's an eyewitness who can testify that the person was your subordinate, Bian Changxi. Please have her come out so we can meet." Gu Shu was surprised. Such a thing happened. Are the commanders all right? As for what you said about Changxi, Zhuge Kaiyan's eyes suddenly widened slightly as he stared at a certain spot. Bian Changxi was walking down the stairs. Under the lights, she wore a pale purple camisole nightgown and black leggings. Her slender shoulders looked delicate enough to be crushed with one hand, and her skin seemed to glow with a natural luster. Most importantly, both her left and right shoulders were perfectly intact, smooth as jade. Her voice was cold, carrying the slight irritation of someone awakened from sleep. "I heard someone was looking for me up there. And there was a fire. Did someone get burned to a crisp?" Zhu Kaiyan looked at her in disbelief. He stared intensely at her shoulder twice, confirming there wasn't even a hint of a wound. He quickly composed himself and said, "There has been a report that you are a suspect in tonight's theft and arson in Area A. I would like to ask, where were you between 9 and 9:30 tonight?" "A suspect?" Bian Changxi raised an eyebrow. "I may not know much about the law, but surely a single person's report doesn't prove anything. Everyone knows there are many people who dislike me. If you want to question me, you should at least bring some credible evidence." For example, she walked a circle around Zhu Kaiyan and returned to Gu Shu's side, looking up slightly, surveillance footage or something similar. Her escape had been too rushed, and she hadn't avoided the cameras, but with all the explosions and fires, she doubted they caught much. Besides, she had been wearing a mask and hat. Her face hadn't been exposed. Zhu Kaiyan narrowed his eyes. "This concerns the personal safety of the leaders in Area A. We have the authority to act as we see fit. Then may I ask, does your so-called authority come from being the commander-in-chief's son or as a representative of a certain department? Even if you act as you see fit, you should at least show your credentials first." Zhu Kaiyan was speechless with rage. This was still a time when status and background mattered, especially in the Sioux City base, which was run by the military and government. In places like the Chio family base, which was organized by civilian forces, everything was decided by whoever had the biggest fist. But since Sioux City base prided itself on being organized and disciplined, many things couldn't be done recklessly. Unfortunately, Zhu Kaiyan had no military status. The two deputy commanders had been pressuring his father not to give him a military post. This was his major weakness. Bian Changxi glanced at the men Zhu Kaiyan had brought, a flicker of mockery in her eyes. Her face remained calm, but her hand behind her back was clenched tight. If one looked closely, they could see beads of sweat at her hairline behind her ears. And on her left shoulder, slightly back toward her neck, a gunshot wound was slowly appearing. Blood began to flow, and the skin around the wound looked like cracked tortoise shell or a spiderweb. The flesh was gradually splitting open. It was a gruesome sight. Under the intense pain, sweet metallic saliva kept pooling in her mouth, which she swallowed silently. She knew she couldn't keep up the act much longer. She wanted to pull a jacket out of the farm to cover herself, but a coat was draped over her first. Gu Shu helped her pull the collar tight, his voice filled with helplessness and doting. "Coming down without even putting on a coat." He then said coldly to Zhu Kaiyan, "Evidence, investigation documents, case filings, and approvals. Young Master Zhu should gather all these materials before coming back. If a black card holder can be treated so lightly, I'm afraid many people won't stand for it." The black card. Zhu Kaiyan cursed his own carelessness. How could he have forgotten about that? The base's high-level VIP cards, the black cards, were very limited in number. They were issued by the Central Committee after a rigorous application and approval process. This committee was composed of representatives from various factions and powers. Although not publicized to the masses, it was the true core of the base's management. Even the three commanders couldn't easily influence it. The power of the black card was evident. Since they brought up the black card, he really couldn't force the issue. Otherwise, the forces behind the committee might act to protect the card's prestige, leading to a crisis in the base's system. Even if the evidence were solid, they could argue that Bian Changxi had the right to enter and exit Area A freely. Not to mention, it currently seemed like she truly had nothing to do with it. Zhu Kaiyan inwardly cursed the man and woman who had identified Bian Changxi. He forced a smile, said a few polite words, and left. Gu Shu told Xiaofeng to see the guests out, then said to Bian Changxi, "Let's go up." As he spoke, he naturally put his arm around her shoulder. Zhu Kaiyan caught a glimpse as he left and thought to himself that they were indeed having an affair, feeling a surge of disdain. But in reality, Bian Changxi was leaning almost entirely on Gu Shu to walk. Every step and every breath was a disaster of pain. After forcing herself to endure, the injury had flared up several times worse than before. By the time they reached the second floor, half her body was soaked in blood, her lips were trembling, and her legs kept giving way. Gu Shu glanced downstairs. Seeing that Zhu Kaiyan had left, he picked Bian Changxi up in a princess carry and hurried to her room. Milk was pacing anxiously at the door. Seeing them, the wolf ran forward and nudged the door open with its body. Someone inside stepped aside to let Gu Shu in. The curtains in the room were tightly drawn, the lights were bright, and the air was thick with the smell of blood. The large bed was covered with white cloth, stained with blood, and various surgical instruments were laid out nearby. Lu Xiaoyang was already in surgical scrubs, his gloves covered in blood. He made a gesture, and Gu Shu immediately placed Bian Changxi face down on the bed. Lu Xiaoyang's female nurse assistant stepped forward to remove the coat and cut the strap of her left camisole. The wound was exposed, a mess of mangled flesh and surgical incisions. It was clear that the surgery had already begun, but Bian Changxi had forced herself to go downstairs halfway through when Zhu Kaiyan arrived. The nurse quickly continued the IV and blood transfusion. Lu Xiaoyang used hemostatic clamps to secure and tie off the bleeding vessels, drawing a muffled groan from Bian Changxi. Lu Xiaoyang didn't stop for a second, using a scalpel in one hand and forceps in the other to search the wound. When he saw areas where bullet fragments were stuck to the tissue, he cut away the flesh along with them. Piece by piece, the ceramic tray filled up. Gu Shu's eyes twitched, his fists clenched so hard his knuckles were white and veins bulged. His face was grim enough to drip water. He took a deep breath, knelt by the bed, and looked at Bian Changxi, who was pressing a fist against her brow, her face purple from the effort of enduring. He took her hand and said softly, "It's almost done. It'll be over soon." Bian Changxi struggled to open her eyes a crack, but she couldn't say a single word. She let out a trembling breath and gripped his fingers tightly. Gu Shu asked deeply, "Why does the anesthesia seem useless?" Lu Xiaoyang couldn't spare the attention to answer. He operated with unprecedented speed and precision. The bullet had shattered badly, leaving countless tiny fragments. Wherever they touched, the flesh seemed to rot. Most terrifyingly, some fragments were very deep, almost reaching the spine. As he cut, the wound on Bian Changxi's shoulder grew larger and larger, until it looked like a deep crater from an explosion. Fortunately, 2 minutes later, Lu Xiaoyang finished the debridement. However, he ran into trouble with the closing. A wound like this couldn't be stitched. Finally, he gritted his teeth, performed a slight cauterization, applied medicine, and bandaged it. Completing the final step, he let out a long sigh of relief and went to remove his bloody scrubs and disinfect his hands. It's not that the anesthesia is useless, though for an injury like this, the dosage was indeed insufficient, and I didn't dare use more. But I suspect her body is actively resisting the anesthesia, Lu Xiaoyang said, returning to check on her. It might be subconscious or... I'm not an ability user, but you should know that her energy is likely very chaotic right now. Look, she can't even stop her own bleeding. That might be part of the reason. Bian Changxi was still awake. Several times she had almost passed out from the pain, but she had gritted her teeth and endured. She moved her eyes. Her posture was likely too stiff, and she wanted to adjust. Gu Shu gently pressed her down, his tone firm. "You still have strength. Stay still." Bian Changxi twitched her lips. This man certainly changed his tune quickly. "Thirsty." She was in a daze, feeling like she was drifting in and out of consciousness. She felt herself being moved, supported by someone while being fed water. The warm water flowed into her parched, burning throat. She choked and coughed, and every cough sent pain through her entire body, especially her left shoulder and back. This slowly brought her back to full consciousness. She opened her eyes. The room was swaying, and it took a long time for things to stabilize. It was a room with a very stark, simple style. It was large, but there wasn't much furniture or decoration. The ceiling had only a recessed light fixture filled with yellow and white LED bulbs, framed in vintage wood without any embellishments. She stared at the light bulbs for a while before realizing this wasn't her room. A voice whispered in her ear, as if afraid of startling her. Xiaozai, Xiaozai. Bian Changxi turned her head stiffly. It was Aunt Zhao. Aunt Zhao helped wipe the water from the corner of her mouth. Look at me, so clumsy I woke you up. You were asking for water in your sleep. Are you very thirsty? Have some more. Bian Changxi didn't answer. She realized she was lying on her right side. Remembering what happened, she wanted to touch her left shoulder. Hey, don't touch it. The wound hasn't healed and is still bleeding. Don't move or you'll tear it open again. So that's how it is. Bian Changxi reached toward the cup. Aunt Zhao immediately used a spoon to scoop some water. Bian Changxi watched for a moment. The angle seemed wrong. She said slowly, is there? A straw. Right, a straw is better. I'll go get one. I have. Bian Changxi wanted to say she had some in her farm, but Aunt Zhao had already hurried off. She lay alone on the bed, staring at the glass on the nightstand. Her gaze turned deep. Slowly, the water in the cup began to vibrate, ripples appearing on the surface. Then the cup trembled, bounced twice, and slowly lifted off the stand, flying clumsily toward her. Her breathing grew heavy. Suddenly, she coughed, and the cup fell mid-flight. Just as it was about to spill onto the bed, a hand reached out and caught it. She looked up sideways to see Gu Shu's grim face. Just woke up and already being restless. She looked a bit lost. Her throat was very sore and dry, so her voice was low, and she didn't finish her sentence. In truth, she wanted to see if her biggest and most unexpected gain truly existed. She looked at the cup, suppressed the urge to keep trying, and closed her eyes wearily. Seeing her like this, Gu Shu couldn't bring himself to scold her further, no matter how angry he was. He suppressed his temper, sat by the bed, and carefully supported her, making sure not to touch the wound. He brought the cup to her lips. Drink. Bian Changxi glanced at him and took 2 sips from his hand. The burning sensation in her throat eased slightly, and she let out a soft sigh. Better. Meh. How do you feel? The bullet contained a drug, a mixture of several plant toxins. We're not sure of the effects yet. Do you feel unwell anywhere? Plant toxins. Bian Changxi lowered her eyes and tried to circulate the energy in her body. It was very sparse, which wasn't surprising. She had exhausted almost all her energy earlier to hide the wound. It felt sluggish. This sensation wasn't unfamiliar. When Xu Hong tried to kill her, she had felt the same way, unable to move or summon her power. Her energy felt locked, and even her physical reactions were half a beat slow. The difference was that back then, she hadn't even known when she had been drugged until it was too late. This time, the drug was fast and potent. If she were 2 tiers higher, she could have expelled the toxins immediately. Unfortunately, she was still a bit too weak, so the reaction was intense. She said, my ability seems suppressed, but it's much better than at the start. I imagine it'll be fine once the drug wears off. Gu Shu said tonelessly, that's good. Bian Changxi, however, was thinking about who had created the drug. The drugs from both times were identical, so they likely came from the same person. The first suspect was Chu Yi. He used to love making all sorts of strange medicines. Wen Mingli was definitely involved too. It really was her. Recalling the cold, poisonous gaze that had flashed in that split second, she felt a chill. Regardless of whether Wen Mingli was a reborn or what her background was, the woman was dangerous and couldn't be left alive. And that brother Liu. He seemed to be Huang II's man, but maybe more. And Sun Buchun. She had to figure out their relationships and which factions Wen Mingli was connected to. She had to be fast. Once Wen Mingli gained Zhuge Yunma's favor with that spatial device, she would have another layer of protection. She leaned there thinking silently, then asked Gu Shu, "Do you know a man called Brother Liu in the slums?" The person behind her didn't answer. Only then did she sense something was wrong. She looked up, but suddenly her body felt weightless. The next moment, she was pressed heavily onto the bed. The bed was a temporary setup of hard wooden boards and bedding, lacking much spring. The vibration traveled to her shoulder, making her face scrunch in pain. More than that, she was bewildered and shocked. Has Gu Shu lost his mind? Gu Shu hadn't lost his mind, but he felt like he was about to explode with rage. He gripped her uninjured shoulder, so hard it felt like he wanted to crush the bone. His aura was dark and oppressive as he loomed over her, enunciating every word. "You still have the mind to ask me. Aren't you quite capable? Running off alone in the middle of the night, stopping your surgery halfway through. And the moment you wake up, you're already overworking your brain. Since you're so smart and capable, why bother asking me? Bian Changxi, do you have any self-awareness as a seriously injured person?" Bian Changxi was in so much pain she couldn't breathe. Your hand. Your hand." Gu Shu let go of her abruptly. He stared at her, panting with rage for a long while, then gave a self-deprecating laugh. "You really didn't take my words from that day to heart." He added in a low voice, "Until you can get out of bed, don't even think about Brother Liu or Brother Zhang." With that, he turned and stormed out, not even glancing at the stunned Aunt Zhao at the door. Aunt Zhao watched his retreating back as he hurried downstairs, her heart still pounding. She brought in the tray she was holding. What happened? Why was he so angry? Bian Changxi gritted her teeth, waiting for the pain in both shoulders to subside, her breath coming in low gasps. She crawled sideways onto the pillow. Aunt Zhao hurried to help, checking the bandages. "Oh dear, is there any bleeding? Why couldn't he just talk things through? You're still injured. Captain Gu is really something. I'll call Dr. Liu up." "No need." Since it already hurt, Bian Changxi simply sat up and leaned against the headboard, trying not to let the wound touch anything. She looked at the items on the tray. "What's that?" "Oh, this is a tonic soup Dr. Liu ordered. He said it's best for replenishing blood and energy. If you have an appetite, have some. It's better than plain water." "Bring it over." Aunt Zhao poured a bowl and inserted a straw. Bian Changxi shook her head, tilted her head back, and drained the bowl in one go. It was as if she were swallowing all her roiling emotions, but as she set it down, a single tear fell into the bowl. She wiped the tear from her face with the back of her hand. Aunt Zhao opened her mouth to speak, but ultimately pretended not to see. "Do you want more? Are you hungry? There's porridge cooking in the kitchen. Shall I bring some up?" She took a couple of breaths. "What time is it?" "It's 4 a.m. I only slept for a few hours." She was a bit surprised. Did anything happen afterward? Aunt Zhao shook her head. She didn't ask further. After a while, she spoke again. "Whose room is this?" Aunt Zhao hesitated. "It's Captain Gu's. Your room was a mess, and the bed couldn't be used. Besides, your rooms are right next to each other." The quiet air became heavy. Bian Changxi couldn't sit still. "Aren't there empty rooms downstairs? I'll move to another one." Aunt Zhao quickly stopped her, looking at her with a mix of frustration and pity. "Don't you understand why he's angry? My dear girl, I don't know what you did last night, but you came back trying to hide your injury, heading upstairs with your head down, didn't you? Then he saw through it and called Dr. Liu. Halfway through the bullet removal, Zhu Kaiyan arrived, and you insisted on struggling downstairs. How did Captain Gu try to stop you? Did you listen? Stop, stop, stop. Bian Changxi frowned. Is that even an issue? I put on an act, and the whole thing was settled. It's better than making a huge scene. I didn't do anything wrong, did I? I don't know if it was wrong or not. I only know that it was inappropriate. Do you think Captain Gu is made of paper? How do you think he feels when you do that? Won't he feel like you don't trust him? He's the one in charge of this villa. Why did you have to stick your neck out? Bian Changxi was speechless. She said sullenly, but I'm the one who caused the trouble. If things had really gotten out of hand, Gu Shu wouldn't have said anything, but Xiao Feng would have probably eaten her alive. She didn't want to seem like a troublemaker. She always felt that getting into trouble was fine, as long as you could handle it and fix it. She caused the mess, she fixed it, wasn't that good. She didn't want to keep bothering everyone. Aunt Zhao said crossly, and then there's the hiding. Going down to deal with Zhu Kaiyan is one thing, but what was with the sneaking around before that? Bian Changxi was embarrassed and annoyed. Wasn't it because I felt ashamed? Going out to tail someone and coming back with a serious injury, barely escaping with her life. How embarrassing was that? She hadn't intended to hide the whole thing. She just felt frustrated and regretful. She had cleaned herself up in the farm and forced herself into a stable state, wanting to minimize the impact and hide her pathetic state. Moreover, this whole mess stemmed from a low-level mistake of hers and was tied to the secret of her rebirth. Who knew Gu Shu's eyes would be so sharp? Aunt Zhao laughed in spite of herself. How could you think that? Everyone gets injured every day. How is that the same? Bian Changxi couldn't explain. Fine, it was my fault. But he can't just blow up at me because of that, can he? Thinking about it made her angry and aggrieved. How could he be like that? She was still a patient. Even a murderer gets a trial before execution. Aunt Zhao felt powerless. Well, everything she said was in vain. He's angry because. She struggled to find the right words and finally said, in any case, you can't change rooms or things will really get tense. Just stay here. You should be the one to yield first. Why should I yield? Bian Changxi wasn't oblivious. She knew insisting on changing rooms would look bad. But the idea of yielding was hard to accept. She was fine with reflecting on the facts, but bowing her head. He was the one who blew up for no reason. Aunt Zhao gave her a reproachful look. You don't understand. This is the most advantageous way. If you soften by 1 degree, he'll soften by 10. That's how men are. Otherwise, how is he supposed to back down gracefully? Knock, knock, knock. A knock sounded at the door. Miss Bian, it's Lu Xiaoyang. Your wound needs a dressing change. Both of them fell silent, knowing full well that Gu Shu must have sent him. Aunt Zhao nudged Bian Changxi, signaling that the chance to yield had arrived. Bian Changxi's frown was deep enough to crush a bug. Aunt Zhao whispered, Captain Gu cares about you. Dr. Lu is working hard too, and you want to get better soon, right? Only then did Bian Changxi say with a long face, come in. Lu Xiaoyang entered, first checking Bian Changxi's complexion and state. He breathed a secret sigh of relief. He frowned when he saw the wound but didn't say much, efficiently changing the dressing and bandaging it. During the process, Bian Changxi was very obedient and silent. Just as he was about to leave, she suddenly said, thank you for your hard work yesterday. Also, please tell him that I'll recover very quickly. Aunt Zhao gave her a thumbs up. Bian Changxi rolled her eyes and crawled into the covers. I'm going to rest. Once the door closed, Bian Changxi's expression faded. She painstakingly pulled out her left hand and opened her palm. A bright green stem slowly emerged. Then, nothing. It was just a bare stem. All 4 leaves had been plucked. She had used 2 before returning to the villa, and 2 before seeing Zhu Kaiyan. She was suddenly broke. But was she really supposed to come back crying and piteously beg for help? Even if given another chance, she would likely make the same choice. What was unusual was Gu Shu's reaction. Was it really for the reasons Aunt Zhao mentioned? And what he said about that day, which day was he talking about? Her head throbbed from thinking. Finally, she concluded that Wen Mingli and her lot were responsible for all of this. She had to recover quickly and get her revenge. With that thought, she pulled out a green crystal core. Downstairs, Gu Shu's expression finally softened after hearing Lu Xiaoyang's report. Then he felt even more regret. He shouldn't have been so rough just now. Her injury was so severe. How could he not have controlled himself? Is she really okay? The wound has a slight tear, but her mood and spirit are decent. That's good. After letting Lu Xiaoyang go to rest, Gu Shu thought for a moment and went to Gu Pei's room on the second floor. Gu Pei opened the door. Brother. Gu Shu looked inside. What are you doing? Chatting with the studio people, gathering information about this incident. Gu Pei let him in. The furniture was simple, but there were many documents, mechanical parts, and strange-looking ornaments. The walls were covered with notes, and a blackboard was filled with drawings and scribbles, all the latest news, technology, and information from the base. At this moment, 2 computer screens on the desk were glowing. One displayed data organization, while a chat window flashed on the other. After the principles of the new communication devices were understood, the first application wasn't for personal handheld devices, but for computers. Although the internet was impossible to restore, wireless communication between computers using self-developed software was still feasible. Gu Shu glanced at them but didn't look closely. He swept aside the clutter on the small bed, lay down, and let out a soft sigh. Gu Pei pulled up a chair and sat straddling it backward, facing the bed. He asked excitedly, "What's wrong? Did you hit a wall with my future sister-in-law and come here for comfort?" Gu Shu didn't even look at him. Cut the chatter. Find someone for me. Brother Liu from the slums. Yeah, it's always like this. No creativity at all. Gu Pei slid his chair back to the computer and issued a search notice to his team, adding an urgent tag and a string of exclamation marks. His fingers paused on the keyboard, and he couldn't help but turn around, asking like a thief, "Brother, have you noticed?" Brother Xiaofeng seems to have. Well, some opinions about Changxi. Gu Shu glanced at him sideways. Seeing his expression, like a cat that had just caught a mouse's tail, he felt a bit amused. His younger brother was always like this. Every time he discovered something, he was actually the last one to know, yet he always thought he was Columbus discovering a new world, acting all mysterious. He was like this as a child, and he hadn't improved much after growing up. Thinking of the times Xiaofeng had hinted about Liang Ziyan, Gu Shu looked a bit helpless. However, was Xiaofeng being that obvious? Even Ah Pei noticed. What about Changxi herself? He suddenly wanted to hear an outsider's opinion. Is that so? Why do you think that? From what I hear and see. Of course, you guys can't tell. The 5 of you are as close as one person. You've lived and died together so many times. Naturally, your trust in each other is at its peak. Without suspicion, there is no discovery. Me? I'm more rational. I'm a bystander. Last time with the water plant, I felt that Brother Xiaofeng agreed on the surface, but didn't actually think highly of it. If you hadn't arrived in time later, the water plant situation would have become a big joke. He continued, even earlier, when Changxi first entered the base, didn't Bian Changxi send her supplies? Once, I accidentally saw Brother Xiaofeng standing in the warehouse where those supplies were stored, staring at them for a long time. That early? Gu Shu frowned. He made his tone sound natural. Then, in your opinion, why is this? It's simple. Gu Pei spread his hands. You are all soldiers, and the type who give orders. You're used to subordinates executing commands without question, risking their lives without hesitation. The soldiers under you are like machines, devoid of personal emotions. Although identities have shifted a bit after the apocalypse, the people under you either rely on you, fear you, or are loyal to a fault. They all obey orders absolutely. But Bian Changxi is different. She is relatively uncontrollable. I won't go into specifics. Plus, you let her join the core team. This person is like a variable, creating a crack in your ironclad squad. If you can't be of one mind at a critical moment, wouldn't you be nervous if you were in his shoes? Gu Pei sighed. Actually, the main thing is your attitude, brother. Do you know? Don't you think you're behaving too? He searched for a word for a long time before giving up. You give her too much importance. As long as it's her opinion, it's an unconditional pass. It's not unconditional, Gu Shu defended himself. Her ideas truly meet the conditions for implementation. Oh, then we can only blame Bian Changxi for being too excellent and not giving you a chance to show dissatisfaction. Gu Shu was amused by his sarcastic tone. Gu to the point. According to you, Xiao Feng's concerns are justified. Not at all. On the contrary, I think he's too subjective. Gu Pei shook his head. Does being uncontrollable mean she'll drop the ball at a critical moment? Does being a loner mean she's selfish and unreliable? Just because you treat her specially, will she mess things up? That's too dismissive of human life. I only know that what I'm missing is a sister-in-law, not a female soldier you can find by the handful. What you're missing is someone to spend your life with, not an obedient, silent, personality-free command executor. But his standard is basically looking for a lackey. And brother, don't get angry at what I'm about to say. Gu Shu snapped back from his thoughts and looked at him in surprise. Go ahead. Gu Pei cleared his throat, looked at the computer screen, and lowered his voice. I think Xiao Yun is actually quite uncontrollable too. He also likes to act alone and often causes trouble everywhere. It's just that you and brother Xiao Feng can still suppress him, and he hasn't caused any major commotion. To put it nicely, he has a sense of propriety. To put it bluntly, he doesn't have the ability or guts to make a big mess. But which of Changxi's affairs hasn't been a big sensation? Naturally, everyone feels she's high maintenance and troublesome. Of course, Xiao Yun has his relationships and status there. Brother Xiao Feng naturally trusts his own biological brother, but I feel this is somewhat of a double standard. Gu Shu sat up as he listened. After Gu Pei finished, he remained silent for a moment before saying, "Don't say these things again in the future." Gu Pei nodded. I'm not an idiot. I'm only saying it to you. So what do you think? Think about what? Is Xiao Feng right or wrong? Gu Pei clicked the mouse. Gu Shu thought for a moment. He is cautious by nature, and he has his considerations. Gu Pei frowned, suddenly feeling irritable. You're taking his side. I don't mean to take sides. No one is wrong in this matter. It's just different standpoints. Standpoint. Your standpoint is fairness and neutrality. No wonder you can't get the girl, Gu Pei muttered under his breath. Gu Shu didn't hear clearly. What did you say? I said, what if Xiao Feng was targeting me right now? How would you handle it? He wouldn't. He wouldn't because I'm well behaved. If I had Bian Changxi's abilities, I would definitely run around and never stay put. As soon as these words came out, the two brothers looked at each other in dismay, and silence occupied the room for a moment. Gu Shu rubbed his forehead. Didn't we agree not to mention this matter again? Gu Pei pursed his lips, turned around, and continued fiddling with his computer. After inputting some data, a file appeared in the chat box. He clicked it open, read it, then printed it out. While collecting the A4 paper, he said, "We fresh college graduates think differently from you guys. We always like to compare high and low, and everything must have an order of priority. Maybe it won't be like this after a long time. But I heard that women are very stubborn in this regard." He organized the papers. Here, the information you wanted. Gu Shu rubbed his hair, laughing despite himself. How old are you? You have so many feelings. Gu Pei dodged his demonic hand and pushed him out. Not many feelings, just practical ones. It's almost dawn, I need to catch up on sleep. Go, go. Gu Shu looked at the closed door, his smile slowly fading. He spoke in a voice only he could hear, so the conflict is this big. Inside the room, Gu Pei opened a separate chat box and typed. Didn't get a definitive answer. What about his inclination? The other side replied quickly. Gu Pei thought for a moment and decided not to cover for his brother. 50-50. The other side was quiet for a moment before typing back a line in large font. He deserves to be single for life. Bian Changxi didn't know that her little affair, which couldn't even be called a romance yet, was actually tugging at the hearts of countless people. She lay in bed for 2 days before being allowed to get up, although she had already been wandering around the room when she was alone. While wandering, she discovered something. Her dear Milk had been ordered to guard the door and wasn't allowed inside. She heard it was because they feared his fur would get into her wounds. No wonder she hadn't seen the guy. That was too inhumane. She immediately brought him into the room and onto the big bed. Thus, the solo wandering turned into a human and beast exercise. Sometimes she would take Milk into the farm, where they enjoyed double the time, ate some fruit, boiled some corn, roasted some chestnuts, and lived quite flavorfully. 2 days later, her left arm could rotate slightly. Since parts of her latissimus dorsi, teres major, and teres minor muscles on her back had been cut away, and the supraspinatus muscle on her shoulder hadn't been spared either, her left upper limb had over 70% functional impairment. It wasn't until 2 days later, when her wood element finally recovered to 30 or 40%, that her recovery speed picked up. At this time, the heavens sent down the first heavy snow of the year. She woke up freezing in the middle of the 4th night, feeling the temperature was exceptionally low. Because her physique was damaged, she had temporarily become very susceptible to the cold. Shivering, she hugged a cotton quilt out of the farm. She placed a solar heater on each side of the bed, and the orange light immediately added some warmth to the bed. Just as she got comfortable in the layers of quilts, there was a gentle knock on the door. Bian Changxi thought it was Auntie Zhao, so she threw off the covers and went to open the door, shrinking from the cold. Auntie Zhao. It wasn't Auntie Zhao outside. It was Gu Shu. She was stunned. He also didn't seem to expect the door to open so quickly. The two looked at each other for a moment before Bian Changxi crawled back into the covers, shoulders shaking. Something up this late. The temperature dropped sharply. I came to check on you. Are you very cold? It's okay. Bian Changxi listened to the rustling sound outside. Is that snow? Yes, it just started. It will get colder later. Cold protection measures need to be in place. He looked at the heating equipment in the room on his own, walked to her side, and squeezed her hand. So cold. 2 heaters aren't enough. Bian Changxi stared at his hand on hers, raising an eyebrow. Was this the soft-heartedness Auntie Zhao talked about? These days, let alone being soft, she often couldn't even see his shadow, making her harbor significant doubts about Auntie Zhao's claims. However, since he was acting natural, she couldn't be timid. She said casually, not enough. Then let's put on an electric blanket. She rummaged through the farm's warehouse and found an electric blanket. Gu Shu asked if she had an air conditioner, then mobilized Shadow and Wu Dalang, 2 strong men, to come install an AC unit, lay down wool carpets, and set up a generator. The villa's current voltage wasn't enough to support the AC. Auntie Zhao helped make the bed, install the electric blanket, and change the quilts. Bian Changxi sat in a chair watching everyone busy themselves, feeling quite guilty. But as she watched, she suddenly realized something was wrong. Why were they setting these things up in Gu Shu's room? Because the cold night came too suddenly, several people from the villa went out that very night to oversee the situation survey of the Jiang City populace and the distribution of heating supplies. Bian Changxi curled up in bed, looking somewhat resentfully at the newly furnished room. Why this room? Now she couldn't switch back to her own room even if she wanted to, and moving downstairs was even more out of the question. Could she really make them do all that work again? Sighing, she habitually stroked Milk's long fur. Sigh, this warm and soft body was still the most comfortable. The current Milk had grown a size larger again, growing from a kitten to a large cat, and after shedding some baby fat, he grew to the size of a small dog. His appearance had also changed. No matter how Bian Changxi looked at him, he resembled a fox. A fox it is then. Fox fur is warm. She hugged this ball of fragrant fox fur with her still stiff left hand. Just as she closed her eyes to sleep, thumping footsteps came from downstairs, followed by Auntie Zhao knocking urgently on the door. Xiaozai, Captain Gu sent a message asking for Milk to go over. Bian Changxi stepped onto the floor barefoot, sinking into the thick, soft carpet. She opened the door and asked, "What happened?" "I heard it snakes, giant frogs, and the like." Ordinary residences, especially those on the edge of the base near the woods, have many of them, Auntie Zhao said quickly. Many people have already been bitten to death. We have this situation in Jiang City too. The army can't even get into some places, so they want to borrow Milk to intimidate them. The person is already waiting downstairs. Bian Changxi put on her clothes while listening. Bringing Milk downstairs, she saw Lin He, Zhao Enen, and another man in his early 30s, all radiating the cold air from outside. She had seen this man before. He was Gu Shu's assistant, nameless, known only by the code name Flying Eagle. He was a very formidable Special Forces soldier. After he explained his purpose, Bian Changxi didn't hesitate. She let Milk go with him. Milk had been trained by Gu Shu. Although he could still roll on the ground and whine when being spoiled, he was very serious when facing official business. He rubbed against Bian Changxi's palm and ran out of the villa first. Following Gu Shu's scent, he could find his way there entirely on his own. Lin He and Zhao Enen coming here was Gu Shu's idea. Although the villa area seemed safe location-wise and wouldn't suffer from snake and insect attacks, and the defense was already strong, it was better to be safe than sorry. Having a bit more combat power inside the villa was good. Bian Changxi sat down on the sofa. How is the situation outside? We saw 1 or 2 snakes occasionally on our way here. They probably leaked in from the outside. Expecting Lin He to say much was impossible, so Zhao Enen volunteered. The patrol and security forces on the streets aren't in place yet. Screams are coming from some households. Bian Changxi frowned. Their residences were considered close to the villa. If they saw such scenes on the road, one could imagine how severe the situation outside was. She thought about it. In her previous life, there was also a plague of insects and snakes before the severe cold. That was exactly why the 5-color grass emerged and became a bestseller. However, that plague was about a month earlier than now. This time, it was likely because the 5-color grass had already been promoted and used, forcing the insects and snakes to avoid its edge temporarily. But with the sudden drop in temperature, these creatures, lacking food or about to hibernate, were eager to find sustenance and extended their poisonous claws toward the human base. This actually meant that the 5-color grass could no longer deter those pests. So, what would be used to save lives when people were poisoned or injured in the future? This was the danger of developing too fast. However, these were not things Bian Changxi, who could only stay indoors, needed to worry about. After asking about the situation, she returned to her room to continue sleeping. She said she was sleeping, but she actually closed the door and entered the farm to cultivate. After cultivating for several hours, she came out just as the sky turned fully bright. She put on a short black down jacket, fleece-lined jeans, thermal underwear, and a cashmere sweater, then put on a hat and scarf, wrapping herself up tightly. Only then did she push open the window to look. Outside was a vast expanse of white. The nearby villas and the distant houses, tall and short, all had thick snow piled on their roofs. On the streets, snowplows and manual laborers were actively clearing the snow. Almost every household was emitting gray smoke. This was from burning wood. However, the skies above several large residential areas of Jiang City were clean, indicating they were using charcoal. Bian Changxi thought to herself that her efforts hadn't been in vain. The heating supplies were being put to good use. The people of Jiang City would likely be the most comfortable and warm people this winter. Suddenly, a clamor came from below the villa. Bian Changxi heard her name, so she turned and went downstairs. Several people with anxious faces were blocking the door. Auntie Zhao came over and said, "No matter what they say, just ignore them. Your body hasn't recovered yet. How can you go save people you don't even know?" It turned out that with the heavy snow and sudden temperature drop, many people fell ill overnight. Those with power and influence in their families came to the villa to beg Bian Changxi to help. Bian Changxi certainly wouldn't go out. After thinking for a moment, she leaned into Auntie Zhao's ear and whispered a few words. Auntie Zhao's eyes lit up. She nodded and went quickly. About 5 minutes later, someone came out from the neighboring villa. It was Jibo. Not many people knew Jibo, at least none of the people here did. Jibo successfully entered the yard. Bian Changxi stood by the fruit trees, which were even greener and more vigorous after being beaten by snow all night. Lin He and Zhao and En were carefully digging vegetables out of the snow one by one. Bian Changxi wanted to do it herself, but neither of them allowed it. The snow was truly thick. Even in the shallower parts of the yard, it was above ankle deep. Seeing Jibo, Bian Changxi explained her difficulty. Of course, her injury became feeling unwell, and she hoped he could go treat them in her stead. Ever since Jibo became Bian Changxi's follower and worked in the hospital for a few days, suddenly advancing in rank one day without warning, he had developed deep gratitude and admiration for this strongest wood element user. Bian Changxi could only laugh and cry as she accepted the fact that she had indeed gained a former imperial physician-level follower. Upon hearing the situation, Jibo expressed his willingness to go in her place. Not to mention it was all within the base, and there were special cars for transport. Even if he had to go to the wilderness to fight monsters, he would go without hesitation. Before leaving, he asked puzzledly, "Miss Bian, are you very cold?" "Wearing so much." Bian Changxi didn't change her expression. "You know, women always have troublesome times. My resistance is relatively low recently." Jibo immediately nodded in understanding. Bian Changxi added, "Besides, I have an appointment with Mingli later. I can't break it." Jibo paused. "Mingli? I wonder what your friend's surname is." "Do you know her?" "Her surname is Wen Mingli. Wasn't this the person who introduced him to Sun Buchun, then recently went missing, causing Sun Buchun to search everywhere but find nothing?" He suppressed his nervous heartbeat and said, "Is your friend also named Wen Mingli?" "I have a classmate with that name, but I don't know if it's the same person." "What a coincidence," Bian Changxi said. "I only met this person recently. She's a great beauty. She said she has something special to give me today, and that I might make a big profit, so I really can't break my promise." Jibo looked at her with complex eyes. He often followed Sun Buchun, so naturally, he knew that the two of them had opposed Gu Shu before. Bian Changxi was once their target. What would Wen Mingli do to her this time? He couldn't help but worry, so he said almost without thinking, "You'd better not go." As soon as the words left his mouth, he felt annoyed and immediately added, "I mean, the weather is too cold and the roads are bad. It's better not to go out." Bian Changxi nodded, saying she would reconsider, and sent him and the crowd seeking medical help away. Bian Changxi returned to the living room and brewed herself a cup of hot tea. The situation with Brother Liu had been mostly clarified. As for Sun Buchun, he was as cunning as a fox, slippery and elusive. Even though he was right next door, no one found anything amiss. Even with Gu Pei's team monitoring or mobilizing the masses to watch, nothing unusual could be seen. However, when Bian Changxi integrated the data and looked at it from the beginning, she found that Sun Buchun's expansion momentum had plummeted. Previously, he often selected people from the new arrivals, but there had been none of that recently. Furthermore, Sun Buchun's industries hadn't produced any new technology lately, showing a trend of being replaced by other forces in this regard. Looking at it this way, something must have happened to them during this period. The biggest event was Wen Mingli's disappearance. She was now 99% sure that Wen Mingli was a reborn person. At this moment, Wen Mingli was already being watched by Gu Shu's people. Although they couldn't monitor her 24 hours a day without interruption, they had grasped her movements and were just waiting to arrest her. Mentioning Wen Mingli to Njibo was actually to tell Sun Buchun through his mouth, in order to find out from his reaction whether they really had no contact. Only then could she confidently deploy the operation. As for the space devices on their side, the completed ones disappeared overnight, while the manufacturing instruments were all destroyed. Materials vanished into thin air, and those that couldn't fly away were ruined. Even the main researchers were scared into stuttering cowards, unable to conduct any research. Thus, the Wen space device project was stranded. The most unfortunate thing was that the day after the destruction, the news that this research group was making space devices to benefit all mankind spread like wildfire. While people cheered, the voices of doubt were also very loud. Everyone looked forward to it every day, but they were disappointed day after day. If people didn't know the specific residences of the team members, they would have blocked their doors daily. Meanwhile, because Jiangzhi Reichuan's side obtained a lot of data from there, progress was rapid. It was believed that results would be produced soon. When the space devices were released, the people's high expectations would give them a great start. She couldn't help but sigh at the gap between people. Gu Shu had set everything up in just a few days, and could even make people fume with rage. So she still had to work hard. First she had to strive for an early recovery. Before she could finish her cup of tea, Gu Pei suddenly ran downstairs with thumping steps, putting on his coat as he went, looking anxious. Bian Changxi stood up and asked, "What's wrong?" Something happened at Lin Rongrong's place. Countless bugs crawled out of an old well and almost blocked the doors and windows in that area. "I'm going to check. If it's bad, I'll have her come here to take shelter first." Lin Rongrong. Bian Changxi found it strange that he would know news from Lin Rongrong's side, but now wasn't the time to ask. "Are you going alone?" "I asked Guo Yi and Tiger to drive and wait for me at the intersection. I'll take 2 more guards from here." "That should be enough." Gu Pei put on his tall boots in the entryway, zipped up his down jacket, and buttoned it. He said, "Changxi, I'm leaving the house to you for now. Pay special attention to the sewers and such. Many things are crawling out from there. My room's computer will receive real-time updates continuously. You can go take a look to understand the situation." Tiger was the code name of Gu Pei's other assistant, also a very formidable Special Forces soldier. He was essentially a bodyguard. Basically, Gu Pei's personal safety outside relied on Tiger, while Guo Yi was busy with other things. Hearing this, Bian Changxi knew his safety shouldn't be a concern, but she still said, "Let Lin He go with you, just in case Tiger can't handle everything. But if you get hurt, it will be awkward when Lin Rongrong comes." Bian Changxi called Lin He over, then suddenly remembered, Chen Yisha is also at Lin Rongrong's place, right? If that place is uninhabitable, bring her too. 1 car might not be enough. I'll find a car for you. She searched in the warehouse and found a car with thickened and widened tires and extra deep treads, suitable for driving in snowy weather. She placed it in the center of the yard. Gu Pei didn't refuse again. He thanked her and quickly got into the car with his men to leave. Bian Changxi watched the car leave, thinking that although Gu Pei looked scholarly and frail, his decisive and speedy nature when encountering trouble was quite like Gu Shu's. She called over a dozen of the guards from inside and outside the villa. They came in to check every place with a sewer drain, ensuring all dangers were eliminated. They wouldn't have known if they hadn't looked, but they actually found a slimy, loach-like thing in the corner of the living room and under the kitchen counter. It wasn't long or thick, but its teeth were extremely sharp. Its millet-sized eyes were red, and it bit anyone it saw. It was fierce. Bian Changxi frowned when she saw the things. She had people trace their crawling tracks, and it turned out they had climbed up from the sewer in the first-floor bathroom. The water below had actually been drained long ago, and to prevent dirty things from entering, the passage had been blocked. The villa's sewer pipeline system had been modified to no longer connect with the outside. Instead, all water drained into a cesspit behind the villa. But somehow, these bugs managed to bore through the blockage and crawl in. When the men found it, several were still lying at the hole. Bian Changxi was disgusted. She had a fire element user burn all the things and block all water outlet pipes tightly. Not just this bathroom, but other places were also checked and reinforced. After doing these things, Bian Changxi went to Gu Pei's room. His computer screensaver was on. Moving the mouse brightened it, revealing countless flashing chat boxes. These chat boxes were somewhat similar to the old Penguin software. The titles were things like Group 1, Group 2, Team 1, Team 2. She didn't understand the meanings, so she random illiteracy picked 2 to read and slowly learned the whole story of the insect and snake plague. Actually, strange bugs and snakes had appeared in the base a few days ago, but the numbers were small. Since it was in places like the slums, dirty and chaotic, it didn't attract attention. Some people died, but who cared about those with low status? Some people also noticed that animals outside the base were becoming restless. The aggression of various poisonous insects, fierce beasts, and birds of prey had increased, and their circle of activity was pressing closer to the base. But none of this attracted much attention until today, when it snowed. As people hurriedly looked for cotton quilts and clothes, they discovered those terrible things nesting in the corners of their houses. In some old houses, a hole in the wall corner extended all the way underground, simply like Pandora's box. One dared not imagine what was inside. Bian Changxi felt a wave of nausea just thinking about it. No matter how much she had seen, she still held a fear and discussed toward swarms of insects that stemmed from female instinct. She scrolled down the chat history. Below were reports of casualties, mainly in Jiang City. When the content jumped to other places, the situation was terrible. It wasn't just the harm from insects and snakes. Because the law enforcers, security guards, and order managers had issues in their own homes, many posts were abandoned. Consequently, order in some places fell into chaos, with robbery and murder becoming frequent. In this world's chaos, there was nothing impossible, only things you couldn't imagine. This was also related to the base's management policy, dividing people into 3, 6, or 9 classes, and not caring enough about the livelihood of the low-class, low-production people. The superiors had the mindset that the life and death of those below were none of their business, and dying early would free up space. Did they expect the people below to unite as one when disaster struck? Bian Changxi shook her head. The Sioux City base had been submerged in the river of history early on, directly related to this system. Without cohesion, it couldn't withstand tests. After a few waves of zombie and beast tides, people didn't think about uniting to defend their homeland, but about running away first. How could such a base not scatter? Now, only a part of the problem was exposed. Of course, these were not things she could change, nor did she intend to influence them. After lamenting in her heart, she let it go. She was more concerned about whether the Jiang City group would fall into chaos. Suddenly, a chat box attracted her. The title was Lin. Several messages had accumulated since Gu Pei stopped replying. A green snake is coiled outside the window, so disgusting. I'm afraid it will smash the glass and drill in. I'm afraid things will break in through the roof. If I had known, I would have rented a sturdier house. I put everything into the space. Shasha and I are both wearing fire suits. Those things shouldn't be able to bite through these clothes, right? The most recent sentence was sent just now. So happy. Someone came to save us. It seems to be a rescue team organized by the neighborhood committee. You don't need to come. I'm putting away the computer. Lin. Was it Lin Rongrong? They were actually close enough to contact via computer. However, Lin Rongrong had worked in the research lab before, and the research lab was in Gu Pei's studio. It wasn't strange for them to be familiar. Moreover, Lin Rongrong had visited the villa and stayed overnight. Bian Changxi took out her brick-like communication device and dialed a number. Hey, Lin Rongrong seems to have been saved by the rescue team from the management committee over there. Then you should look for them. She accidentally clicked on the call log and flipped through it casually. The more she looked, the darker her face became. Did these two have nothing better to talk about? They were actually discussing her and Gu Shu, with comments like when will she be conquered? And two unromantic people. She shook her head. After a long time, Gu Pei called back. Let's just call it a phone call. Changxi, there is no rescue team. People here are still trapped. Either they save themselves, or they say no rescue team has come. Bian Changxi frowned. Then where are Lin Rongrong and the other girl? There was a pause on the other end. The sound was a bit noisy. Gu Pei seemed to be rushing, his voice breathless. They're gone. The room is empty. The insects and snakes outside have fresh traces of being cleared. Someone definitely came from outside. Since that was the case, why didn't others know? Could it be that it wasn't a public rescue team, but one specifically targeting the two of them? Could it be the Chen family's people? I'll go take a look. Hanging up now. Bian Changxi put down the line and sat in the chair pondering for a moment. Somehow, she felt increasingly uneasy, as if something was about to happen. Gu Pei didn't call back for a long time. When she called him, no one answered. This feeling grew stronger. She couldn't sit still anymore. Just as she was about to leave, the communication device in her hand beeped. Through bursts of static, Lin He whispered, while searching for people, someone suddenly rushed out to snatch Gu Pei. Gu Pei is injured. Two died. We are hiding. Bian Changxi stood up. Where are you? How many people on the other side? What weapons? Not far from Lin's house. Enemy count unknown. Pistols, but they possess heavy firearms. They have grenades. Bian Changxi took a sharp breath. I'll bring people over immediately. You guys. Before she finished speaking, two ZZZT sounds came from the communicator, and then there was no sound at all. She said hello. Several times with no response. She immediately went downstairs while dialing Gu Shu's number. Current numbers were simple, only 3 digits, like the old family network numbers. Gu Shu was naturally one. It rang several times before being picked up. Gu Shu's voice came through. What is it? Something happened to Pei. Bian Changxi explained the situation. Gu Shu listened silently. After clarifying the details, he said, I understand. Stay at home and don't come out. I'll handle it. But He hung up. Bian Changxi rolled her eyes and sat on the living room sofa, secretly calculating who would do this. Gu Shu had many enemies. Capturing Gu Pei would be a huge constraint on Gu Shu. Anyone could have done it. But how did they know Gu Pei would go out at this time? Carrying heavy machinery meant it probably wasn't a spur-of-the-moment idea. Did they impersonate Lin Rongrong to lure him out? Probably not. The last sentence from that side told Gu Pei not to go. If it were really an impersonator, they wouldn't have said that. If Lin Rongrong was real, then the other party started with Lin Rongrong, kidnapping her and waiting for Gu Pei to show up. Wait, something didn't seem quite logical. Using Lin Rongrong to fish for Gu Pei, wasn't the circle a bit too big and far-fetched? At this time, someone outside asked to see her. Bian Changxi looked and saw it was the person monitoring Sun Buchun next door. She was startled and immediately let him in. The person came in, looked straight ahead, and reported in a low voice. Sun Buchun was very shocked after hearing the message and Jibo brought back. We monitored him for a while and found that all his actions were to increase efforts to find the person. He also had people monitor this place. It's very likely he really knows nothing. Bian Changxi was startled when she saw the person coming to report. She wasn't startled by anything else, but by the realization that she had missed a point. Assuming the people who attacked Gu Pei and the others were connected to the disappearance of Lin Rongrong and her friend, and their initial target wasn't Gu Shu but the two girls, it would be understandable. After the insect and snake outbreak caused chaos in the social order, shootings and robberies erupted on a small scale. Someone might have harbored evil intentions toward these two single women. Of course, people holding powerful weapons couldn't be ordinary thugs, nor would they simply kidnap people for fun. They had ulterior motives. Following this train of thought, the possibility of the opponent being Gu Shu's enemy decreased. Doing something to those two girls wouldn't seem to have much effect on Gu Shu. So they were probably targeting her, Bian Changxi. There were many possibilities and imaginary enemies, but connecting it to recent events, one name surfaced. Wen Mingli. A cold light poured from Bian Changxi's eyes. Now she couldn't sit still no matter what. But thinking of her own condition, Gu Shu's words, and the previous blunders where she failed to handle things beautifully, she felt somewhat dejected. Would going out herself actually ruin things? She paced restlessly in the living room, giving Auntie Zhao a headache watching her. What exactly happened to make you this anxious? She laughed dryly. Isn't it because Ah Pei hasn't returned yet? Looking outside where it had started snowing again at some point, she said wistfully, even Ah Pei went out, yet I'm waiting here in vain. This feeling really isn't great. She narrowed her eyes slightly. According to the spies, Wen Mingli had some manpower under her. She was previously Sun Buchun's mistress and had swindled quite a few resources from him. Moreover, when she was by Sun Buchun's side, she likely handled many personnel connections, and she had led some of the power management. This was pulling the carpet out from under him, just like the connection with Brother Liu. Brother Liu's name was Liu Yang. He had mixed in legendary underworld gangs before and had some background. After coming to the base, he managed to grow his power and sucked up to Huang Lauer. Whether Wen Mingli knew he would prosper later or for some other reason, she had some dealings with him while she was with Sun Buchun, using Sun Buchun's supplies to do many favors. After leaving Sun Buchun, she became even more unscrupulous. Once their relationship developed into the bedroom, Liu Ying became one of her solid pillars among the motley crew. Wen Mingli wasn't satisfied with just Liu Ying. She wanted to latch onto Zhuge Yunma. Her biggest trump card was probably the space device. Unfortunately, this hope was completely crushed by Gu Shu in one go. Because Zhuge Yunma's name was implicitly mentioned in the space device incident, there was a rumor among the people that Zhuge Yunma was leading the development of space devices. His prestige rose to the highest point for a time. But as long as this promise wasn't fulfilled, the public's resentment toward him would also rise higher and higher. He must be having a terrible headache right now, having to deal with questions from colleagues and subordinates. His mood was definitely not good. Wen Mingli failed to latch onto the sugar daddy and instead got herself into trouble. Her loss was significant. Under these circumstances, if she wanted revenge, she would certainly carry intense resentment. Bian Changxi had prepared for various psychological and objective scenarios, but the only thing she hadn't expected was that Wen Mingli might attempt a curved revenge, striking from a distance. If things went wrong, it would lead to a tragedy. Bian Changxi was agitated. She was itching to go out and catch the person herself. She waited like this until noon. The sound of car engines rang out outside the villa. Several cars drove in, and the people she was worried about stepped out. Gu Pei, Lin Rongrong, and Chen Yisha were all there, only everyone had minor injuries. Bian Changxi let out a long sigh of relief. "You're finally back. You're all okay, right?" She then asked Gu Shu what happened. Before she could reach them, something blocked her feet. Milk, his white fur stained dark red, clawed at her leg, wrapping his neck around it and rubbing his cheek against her. Bian Changxi smiled. "I know, you made a great contribution, didn't you? I'll give you a bath and good food later." Everyone entered the living room. Auntie Zhao provided ginger tea and pastries. She asked Lin He and Tiger to sit and rest, but they refused and resolutely withdrew. There was no one else in the living room. Lin Rongrong spoke first. "I thought it was rescue people. But they took us out, put us in a car, immediately tied our hands and feet and put hoods over our heads. It was clearly a kidnapping. It scared us to death." Gu Pei said, "I was looking for clues around their house when suddenly someone bumped into me. My waist went weak and I couldn't even speak. Then a group rushed out, grabbed me and tried to run. Thanks to Lin He, Tiger, and the others. But 2 people still died in the fierce battle. His arms and thighs were wrapped in white cloth. It looked like he was hurt badly. Bian Changxi wanted to check him, but he moved away. I had a wood element user treated outside. It's not serious anymore. Later we hid, and not long after, Milk found us." "Right, Milk." His nose was extremely sensitive. With him around, there was no worry about not finding people. Bian Changxi rubbed Milk's head as a reward. Milk rubbed against her affectionately and barked proudly. Bian Changxi asked, "So who were the attackers?" Gu Shu took a sip of ginger tea before saying, "It was Liu Yang. He has been caught. Although he hasn't confessed, the mastermind is 90% likely to be Wen Mingli." It really was that woman. Wasn't Wen Mingli caught? She didn't appear. She seems to have disappeared again. Bian Changxi frowned and looked down at Milk. Gu Shu continued, "Milk couldn't find her either. She seems to have a way to mask her scent." Bian Changxi thought for a moment and understood. It wasn't a special method, but rather she used some item, a so-called treasure. She remembered such things existed. Gu Shu put down his cup and stood up to summarize. "You guys shouldn't go out for the time being. We'll discuss this matter later." Bian Changxi walked him to the door. "Troubled you again?" Gu Shu smiled. "The one in trouble was my brother. Could I just watch?" He added, "If you have questions to interrogate Liu Ying with, have someone take you there. But don't act rashly. This Wen Mingli is a bit weird. We need to be careful. Defense isn't a problem, but catching her won't be easy." Although Bian Changxi was anxious, she knew this was the truth. She turned back. Lin Rongrong and Chen Yisha were talking to Auntie Zhao somewhat reservedly, while Gu Pei accompanied them with a smile. Auntie Zhao asked, "Shaozai, Miss Lin and Miss Chen will be staying here for a while, right? Where should we arrange for them?" She had thought about this question. "Just in the guest room on the first floor. The room they stayed in before will do." Chen Yisha seemed hesitant to speak. When Auntie Zhao went to tidy the room and Gu Pei went upstairs to change clothes, she pulled Bian Changxi aside and said, "Changxi, see if you can find a house nearby. I feel it's not very good to stay here. Just stay for now. We'll talk after the insect and snake plague passes." How could Bian Changxi not know it wasn't ideal for them to stay? But apart from the 3 floors of the villa, there were only 2 rooms used for storage and such, which were now full of supplies. There were nanny rooms connected to the side of the villa, but no one lived there, and moving them there didn't feel right either. Lin Rongrong said, "I was only focused on being scared before. Actually, thinking about it now, it really isn't appropriate for us to live here. We aren't important figures. We don't want to cause conflict by staying." She sighed. "If only there were houses that could be moved. I would learn from a snail, carrying my house wherever I crawl, able to move in any time, anywhere." Bian Changxi had a flash of inspiration. Your words really remind me. Although we can't change the current accommodation problem, we can really do this. So she didn't rush to eat. She asked Gu Pei to publish a notice hiring architects and carpenters. In the afternoon, an elderly architect and 2 carpenters came to the villa. Bian Changxi let them into the living room and explained her intention. She wanted to build several wooden houses that could be stored, released, and moved. Previously, she only thought about tents and sleeping bags when camping was needed. But she forgot that tents actually had no defensive power and were cramped. Except for sleeping, there was no space to move around inside. But if she built a wooden house like a normal house, kept it in the farm or space usually, and took it out to rest during travel, providing shelter from wind and rain just like a normal house, wouldn't that be a great idea? She gave some of her opinions and let Lin Rongrong, Chen Yisha, and the old architect design the blueprints together. She also took the 2 carpenters to the open space behind the villa, set up a tall and large shed, and then released some ready-made lumber and trees stored in her farm. These trees had been dried by wind and sun before, so they could be used after being cut. Of course, they didn't have to build wooden houses. Foam houses, cement houses, glass houses, as long as they created houses people could live in, any house would do. So she released a lot of materials. Having found design work and supervision roles for the 2 girls, Bian Changxi left the villa. Led by someone, she got into a car and arrived at a hidden place outside the villa area. This building used to be a shop, with a basement used as a warehouse below. At this moment, a person was locked in that basement. Accompanied by Lin He and Zhao Anen, Bian Changxi walked in and looked at this person. With eyes as rebellious and untamed as a falcon, his whole body exuded ambition and sharpness. Even as a prisoner, his demeanor was very composed, as if he had experienced such scenes many times. Bian Changxi had no deterrent effect on him. Instead, he stared at her with a cool gaze. You didn't die. Even that bullet didn't take your life. Bian Changxi smiled. You and I should have had no grievances before. Why do you seem to wish for my death? Because Wen Mingli hates me. Is her charm that great? Liu Ying said, if it weren't for you, I might have already made it big by now. Tell me, should I hate you? Bian Changxi thought for a moment, realizing he was probably referring to how she caused their space device plan to abort, cutting off his financial path and promotion. In other words, your actions weren't entirely instigated by Wen Mingli. Bian Changxi said, this makes things easier. You should know that attempting to kidnap Gu Pei and causing his injury is a very serious matter. Normally, it would be impossible to be forgiven. Gu Shu went out again just now. Presumably, before tonight, all your forces in the slums will be uprooted. Don't look at me like that. Don't underestimate Gu Shu's resolve. When he wants to deal with someone, practically no one, except for the 3 commanders and a very few others, can escape. You really don't count for much in front of the Jiang City group. Liu Ying remained silent. But the apocalypse has just begun. The future holds infinite possibilities, infinite scenery. Heroes are rising to compete for supremacy. You could establish your own city-state empire in this new era and exert your own light and heat. Don't tell me you're willing to end it so cowardly in this sunless place, turning into a pile of rotting flesh without any value. If you die, you won't have a share in this world anymore. Liu Ying's breathing became heavy. As far as I know, although what you did before wasn't honorable, there was absolutely no need to come into conflict with Gu Shu. Isn't this the evil consequence caused by Wen Mingli? Why hide it for her? Or do you still expect her to find a way to save you? Bian Changxi pressed on. Liu Ying snorted coldly. Count on that woman. I'm not the only man who slept with her. Who knows which man's ear she's blowing demonic winds into right now? Chewed the resentment. He looked up coldly. What do you want to know? And how can you guarantee you'll let me out if I talk? Bian Changxi looked at his unnaturally twisted limbs and the bloodstains on his body, saying indifferently, "I never said I guarantee you'll get out." But I can put in a good word for you. You have to understand, in the apocalypse, the least valuable thing is human life. After committing such an act, killing you is reasonable. Not killing you leaves endless trouble. No one likes inviting trouble. Who else can you pin your hopes on? But at least I can fight for you a bit. The condition is simple. I want to know how to find Wen Mingli. This is no loss to you. Ratting out a woman isn't shameful. Do you wish for that woman, who relied on you to jump around, to latch onto someone else and show off after you die? Liu Ying fell silent. If Bian Changxi had spoken extravagantly, guaranteeing him glory and wealth, he would have scoffed. But her promise seemed to carry no weight, just fighting for him a bit. Who knew what the result would be? Yet, he inexplicably felt such words were more realistic and reliable. He had seen big scenes. Having been beaten so badly before, he knew those people already considered him a dead man, just not ready to dispose of him yet. Apart from Bian Changxi, where else could he find that glimmer of hope? His eyes stared tightly at Bian Changxi. You must keep your word, or I won't let you rest in peace even if I die. He caught his breath. Actually, I don't know much about Wen Mingli either. A while later, Bian Changxi came out of the basement. She instructed people to watch Liu Ying closely. Just as she was thinking about what to do next, the communicator in her bag rang. She picked it up. "Oh, it's me." "Eh? Is that so? Is it safe for you to deliver it?" "All right, I'll wait for you at the porridge shop over here." By the way, she thought for a moment, bring someone with you. Bian Changxi waited in a rather high-end porridge shop outside the villa area. Although it was a porridge shop, this place used to be a high-end cafe. Now, coffee and the like were aristocratic drinks. Even if powerful people drank coffee, they would grind and drink it in their own homes. It was about style, taste, and a moment of leisure, who would come out to drink it. So, an exquisitely made porridge shop was actually more profitable. Bian Changxi sat by the window. The spotless cabinets, exquisite retro hanging curtains, and bright light made it seem peaceful. Although the outside world might have turned upside down, this area, after some initial minor issues, had become orderly and harmonious again once the guards and security were in place. Drinking a cup of finely ground soy milk, Bian Changxi thought indifferently that although the 369 class planning was inhumane, it was undeniably a great enjoyment for those in the center of power. If equality for all were practiced here, she should be on the front lines battling those ugly, disgusting things right now. More than 10 minutes later, a car marked Jiang City Water Plant stopped in front of the shop. Several people got out. The leader was a man dressed formally with a shrewd look. He looked around before leading the people into the porridge shop. "Miss Bian." The man walked over quickly, bowing with a polite smile, then reached out to the space element user behind him. A heavy and bulky password-protected case was handed over. This is this month's dividend from the water plant. The other shareholders' portions have either been delivered or stored in the warehouse. This batch happened to be left at the water plant. It's chaotic outside now, and the water plant isn't very safe. Sending it to the warehouse would be too big a target, so I thought I'd bring it directly to you. This person was Zhou Yiyan, the general manager of the water plant. Seeing no one else in the porridge shop, which was also opened by people from Jiang City, he opened the password case, pushed it across, and opened it halfway for Bian Changxi to see. 1,500 tier, 3 white cores. Per your request, 900 of them were exchanged for green cores. Here is a total of 600 white cores and 300 green cores, all full energy tier 3s verified by measuring instruments. Even Bian Changxi felt a bit dazzled seeing a box full of glowing white and emerald light. 1 month's dividend was this much. Her dividend for the first month was 10%, and from the second month on, it was 5%, but even so, this exceeded her estimates. Following Zhou Yiyan were a space element user, a burly driver, and a female employee. Seeing this box full of crystal cores, the three of them had different expressions, their eyes full of amazement and envy. Bian Changxi smiled and took out a small bag from the box, containing 50 white cores. Manager Joe and everyone, thank you for your hard work. This is a small token of my appreciation. Take it to have a meal, or buy some clothes and food for your wives and children at home. How can we accept this? Zhou Yian said hurriedly. This was not a small sum. His salary at the water plant was considered very high, but even with bonuses and commissions, a month's earnings didn't reach this amount. The others had even less. They all stared at the bag with longing, but dared not make a sound. Bian Changxi smiled and insisted they accept it. After saying a few more words, she sent the men away. Only then did she take a sip of soy milk and say to the female employee, "Do you think I'm very rich and generous?" The female employee wore a water blue uniform with the Jiang City Water Plant logo on the chest. The cotton clothes under the uniform were a bit bulky, but they couldn't hide her pretty figure. Her jet black long hair was tucked into a hat. Her face, which used to be made up daily, had been neglected due to busyness, but she still looked pure and beautiful. Her cheeks were flushed red from the cold, like an apple dipped in morning dew. Bian Changxi looked at her, narrowing her eyes slightly. The person was still the same person, even more beautiful than before. Her pure yet seductive temperament could hardly be contained. But facing her, Bian Changxi's mood was increasingly calm. Now it was completely like still water, as if this person had nothing to do with her. Bian Wei didn't have time to hide the deep envy and trace of jealousy and unwillingness in her eyes. Startled by the question, she woke up quickly and smiled sweetly, without losing a hint of ingratiating nervousness. Sister Changxi is becoming more and more amazing. Honestly, I've really never seen such a large sum of crystal cores. I was a bit shocked. She covered up her lapse in composure. Bian Changxi didn't expose her. She nodded her chin toward the seat opposite. Sit down and talk. Still working today? Yes. Although it snowed last night, the factory didn't announce a holiday, and the roads were still passable, so I went to work as usual. Bian Changxi handed her the menu. Order something. It's freezing. Although the ingredients in this shop aren't anything premium, the artificial manufacturing process is very refined and unique. The porridge they make is both delicious and nourishing. Eat something to warm up your body. Bian Wei felt flattered. She looked at her hesitantly, but eventually couldn't resist her curiosity and desire, so she opened the menu. Black rice porridge, 20 cores. Preserved egg and lean meat porridge, 30 cores. Silver ear and lotus seed porridge, 35 cores. Corn noodles, 20 cores. Tofu pudding, 18 cores. Eggs with roasted bacon, 32 cores. Pan-fried fish fillet, 45 cores. Heavens! Her face was full of astonishment. Her current daily wage was 7 Tier 1 white cores. It was much higher than her original 3, and much higher than the general wage of 1 or 2. Even in their family, which supported a bunch of parasites and noble lords and young masters, many people envied her. But the cheapest item here would cost her 2 or 3 days of work to afford. Wasn't it just a bowl of porridge? Could they make flowers bloom from it? She stole a glance at the soy milk Bian Changxi was drinking. She looked for it. Finely ground soy milk, 20 cores a cup. It wasn't considered expensive here. She felt somewhat comforted, but then remembering the password case Bian Changxi had casually put away, she couldn't help but feel deflated. That money was probably enough to buy this shop, right? Bian Changxi looked at her. Don't know what to eat. I'll order for you. How about a bowl of egg drop porridge, a piece of fermented bean curd, a plate of pickled mustard strips, a plate of toast with cheese, and a boiled egg? Add 2 purple sweet potatoes and a corn cob. They are all common things from before, but with the cold weather, we won't be able to eat fresh ones for a long time. If you can't finish them, take them back. They keep well in low temperatures. As she spoke, Bian Wei calculated. The final number, reaching 300, startled her. This money could feed her for a month. The Bian family now was long past the Bian family that had just entered the base. Ever since the incident with the 5 trucks of supplies, the family's wealth had been exhausted. Later, various businesses failed, and people kicked them while they were down. The relationship with the base management, which had been painstakingly built, also soured. The men and noble ladies in the family were mostly unwilling to go out and find work like ordinary people, so everyone sat around eating through their savings. There were still some supplies, but they were tightly gripped in the hands of the patriarch, her grandfather. Life was incredibly depressing. If it weren't for this job, she would have to skimp on every meal and drink. So when Bian Changxi listed off a string of food items, she almost blurted out that she should just give her the money instead. Fortunately, she managed to hold her tongue in the end. She gave a sheepish smile and watched the waiter take their order and leave, her fingers twisting until they were nearly red. The food hadn't arrived yet, and they were the only 2 customers in the kanji shop. Before long, Bian Wei couldn't hold back any longer. "Sister Changxi, you didn't ask me out just for a meal, did you?" Bian Changxi caught her fear and unease and smiled. "I heard the Bian family has been having a tough time lately. Not eating well, not dressing well, and people are often getting sick. It snowed so heavily yesterday. Are the house and everyone in it okay?" Bian Wei wasn't sure what she meant. After thinking for a moment, she said, "We're okay. The house is fine, we just don't have enough warm clothes or charcoal." "That's good. As long as everyone can get by. I used to hear your father say that when a person is alive, hardship doesn't matter, but one must not lose their integrity. Although you are residents of Jiang City, for reasons we both know, you aren't included in the welfare distribution. This is a matter of cause and effect. Being jealous or resentful will only make others look down on you, and stirring up trouble will only bring misfortune upon yourselves. Don't you agree?" Bian Wei's face flushed red and pale. How did she know? The family had indeed been resentful for a long time that despite holding Jiang City household registrations, they weren't entitled to any of the benefits distributed by the Jiang City group. Early that morning, they had learned that cotton clothes, quilts, organic charcoal, rice, and potatoes had been distributed again last night, and everyone's eyes had turned red with envy. When she left for work, the family was still discussing causing some trouble today to get back what they believed they deserved. Although she rationally felt that this was an unreliable plan and unlikely to succeed, she naturally hoped it would. If it did, she would certainly get her share of the benefits. But they had only discussed it this morning. How did Bian Changxi already know? Had her grandfather and father done something stupid and been caught in the act? Bian Wei grew even more restless. Looking at Bian Changxi, she felt that her smile was both a warning and a mockery. It was incredibly jarring. Bian Changxi took in her reaction, thinking to herself that the information from Gu Pei's computer was indeed accurate. Of course, no one had told her that the Bian family was causing trouble again. She had simply seen someone mention it in one of the chat logs. The Bian family had united with some other Jiang City residents who also weren't receiving benefits and had caused a scene at the supply distribution point. They were then arrested one by one and tied up in the snow as a public example to deter others. This time, they had lost all face and dignity. Bian Changxi felt a little embarrassed for them just thinking about it. She figured Bian Quang was probably not among them. Bian Wei was stunned. Her gaze toward Bian Changxi sharpened. "What will it take for you to let them go? What do you want me to do?" Bian Changxi shrugged. "You think too highly of yourself. I just find it rather shameful and ridiculous that you're always thinking about getting something for nothing. So I wanted to find a proper path for you to follow." She tossed a palm-sized notebook onto the table. Bian Wei's face went pale. She snatched it up and opened it to the first page, which read Diamond Bachelor Candidate List. The first name below it was Gushu. Following that was a brief introduction and her own analysis, along with some simple strategies targeting him, nothing more than how to attract his attention and gain his favor. In short, seduction. It even noted the biggest obstacle. Bian Changxi. Following that were the names of other candidates. Bian Wei's embarrassment turned to anger, and her body trembled. It was a feeling of shame and humiliation. She glared at Bian Changxi with a murderous look. "You stole my things. What a coincidence. The last time I went to the water plant, I found this thing dropped under a desk. I accidentally picked it up and accidentally saw its contents," she said. "Then I found it very interesting. Tell me, if I were to make this public, do you think you could still land a rich husband?" Bian Wei began to tremble with fear. All 6 men of the Gushu family were on that list. If they knew she was picking and choosing among them, and had even listed a bunch of their unsuitable flaws, she wouldn't even need anyone else to deal with her. Any one of them could make sure she never saw the light of day again. I was just fooling around. I never did anything. Wasn't it more like no one gave her the chance to do anything? I'm not that bored either. I don't like reporting such trivial matters. Bian Changxi lifted her chin slightly. Turn to page 10. On the 10th page was a man's name, with a similar introduction below it. What was different was that it also recorded her progress. On a certain day at a certain time, they had a chance encounter somewhere. On another day at another time, they spoke their first words somewhere. And on yet another day at another time, they had a date somewhere. The name was Wu Shidong, with Brother Dong noted in parentheses. He was the leader of a relatively famous hunting group in the base, the Shidong Hunting Group. He was a Tier 3 speed-type ability user with an impressive track record and considerable wealth. However, Bian Changxi knew something others didn't. This Wu Shidong had actually become a Tier 4 ability user last week. Bian Changxi didn't know if Gushu had reached Tier 4 yet, but there certainly weren't many Tier 4 users in the base right now. Moreover, he was one of Wen Mingli's admirers. According to Liu Ying, this Wu Shidong was particularly infatuated with Wen Mingli, but Wen Mingli looked down on him for being just the leader of a hunting group. His background, connections, and power were not as strong as Liu Ying's. Although he was a hunting group leader, not many of his subordinates were completely loyal to him, whereas almost all of Liu Ying's men were his diehard followers. She had always been dismissive of him. Wen Mingli might still look down on him now, but once her small-scale power base was whittled down and she became as wretched as a stray dog, Wu Shidong would probably be the only one she could turn to. And Bian Wei just happened to be on the verge of getting together with Wu Shidong. Bian Changxi felt this was something she could exploit. Since Wen Mingli was a reborn person, she should know that she and Bian Wei were mortal enemies. Calling Bian Wei over just now had seemed very casual, but the entire process was kept secret. The owner of this kanji shop was one of Gushu's trusted subordinates and wouldn't gossip. So, when Bian Wei appeared by Wu Shidong's side, Wen Mingli probably wouldn't be too alarmed. Another point was that Liu Ying had said this man was cautious by nature and not interested in women, making him difficult for ordinary people to approach. Since Bian Wei had managed to catch his eye, she must have some quality he liked. This condition was ready-made. Of course, this was all just a rough idea. There were many details to perfect before putting it into practice. But since it wouldn't cost her anything, she might as well start preparing. She desperately wanted to capture Wen Mingli. It was one thing for Wen Mingli to come after her, but involving Lin Rongrong and Chen Yisha had crossed a line. It wasn't that those two were incredibly important to her, but she couldn't accept the method of targeting the people around her to get to her. There was a saying, "Don't bring harm to the family." Yet Wen Mingli was rather unscrupulous. As long as this person wasn't eliminated, she would be like a lingering ghost, making it impossible to sleep peacefully. Although, as Gu Shu said, it wasn't difficult to defend against her, who could stand being on guard against a thief for 1,000 days. Bian Wei looked at the page, confused. Bian Changxi looked up from her thoughts. This man has a grudge with a friend of mine. I want him to suffer a little, but he's too cautious, so. She looked at Bian Wei. If you can cooperate with me, I'll pretend I never saw this notebook. The Bian family members can be released, and I can even give you a reward. You're trying to seduce these men for nothing more than power and money, but these dangerous men are not so easily fooled. The benefits she can give you, I can give you too. All you have to do is help me with a small thing when you're with him. Afterward, I can also guarantee your safety. Will you take this deal or not? When Bian Changxi returned to the villa, no one was inside. The sound of banging came from the backyard. She went over to take a look. The construction of the wooden cabin was already underway, and the basic frame of a 20-square-meter house was already up. When Lin Rongrong saw her, she rushed over excitedly. Changxi, come and see how it is. We're starting with a wooden cabin for now, and we'll talk about other types later. This cabin has a thick foundation, complete with a door and windows. Inside, we'll build a large bed, like the heated brick beds in the north. We'll build a wardrobe and a desk against the wall, and it can be used for simple living. For cooking, we can just add a charcoal stove. What do you think? The architect and carpenter stopped their work when they saw her. They were both from Jiang City and usually held important positions. This time, Bian Changxi needed people, so the best were sent over immediately. They certainly knew that she was the one they were responsible to. Bian Changxi told them to continue their work while she looked around with interest. Then she said, "It's a bit simple, but it's much better than a tent. If we want it to be more functional, we can install sliding doors or partitions inside one house to separate the bathroom and kitchen, just like a real apartment with one kitchen, one bathroom, one living room, and one bedroom." Isn't that a bit too greedy? Chen Yisha said with a smile, though her eyes were full of longing. Wouldn't that be like building a little dollhouse, furnishing it with everything, except we'd be the ones living in it instead of dolls? If we build it, I want to be the first to move in and try it out. Gu Pei came over and asked, but can a house that big fit into the space? That's right. Lin Rongrong's face fell. What if we build it but can't store it? Storing something too large at once could have negative effects and consume a lot of energy. In this regard, Bian Changxi was the same as other space ability users, except she didn't consume energy. Then we'll just have to practice more. If that doesn't work, a smaller mini version of a few square meters should be storable, Bian Changxi said. Then they all went to eat. Gu Shu and the others probably weren't back yet. It was almost 5 o'clock, so it was better to eat first to avoid any awkwardness when everyone arrived later. Bian Changxi also took out several freshwater crabs she had caught and frozen in the freezer before, along with a plump crucian carp. She had stored a whole cabinet of river and sea delicacies, so no one would be suspicious if she added a few extra ingredients. She asked Auntie Zhao to make these 2 additional dishes. When it was time to eat, she even invited the architect and carpenter to join them. Everyone enjoyed the meal immensely. The villa was already well stocked with fresh ingredients and plenty of rice, and various soups were available 24 hours a day. With the addition of the fresh fish, it was a truly sumptuous feast. The architect and carpenter, having benefited from the generosity, insisted on eating at a small table but left feeling completely satisfied. Bian Changxi even packed some food for them to take home, which moved them so much that they insisted on working for a while longer, leaving just in time before the curfew. After dinner, the group sat for a while before redecorating Lin Rongrong and Chen Yisha's room to make it warmer and more secure. There was no air conditioning, but they had electric blankets and heaters. Fortunately, the room was not large, less than 20 square meters, unlike the empty and spacious rooms on the 3rd floor where a single person would feel chilly without AC. Then everyone returned to their own rooms to sleep, work, or cultivate their abilities. Bian Changxi changed into a loose-fitting coral fleece pajama, set and stood by her bed. On the table were several clean stainless steel cups, bowls, plates, and cutlery. She focused her mind on these objects, gradually clearing all distracting thoughts. Her hands hung relaxed at her sides, then slowly rose. The objects on the table vibrated slightly, then trembled and lifted into the air, suspended in midair. Bian Changxi's hands trembled, and her lips turned pale as she pressed them tightly together. A drop of sweat trickled down from her temple, soaking into the thick white carpet at her feet. Suddenly, she exhaled sharply, her entire body relaxing. Her hands dropped, and all the items on the table crashed down. Even though she had learned from experience to cover the table with a thick blanket, they still clattered loudly. She took a couple of deep breaths, gently wiped away the sweat, and shook her slightly drained arms before sitting down on the carpet with a plop. This control-type psychic ability was really difficult to practice. It was so mentally taxing. Or was it because her foundation was still too weak? Every time she practiced this, she would feel a little dizzy and sleepy. If she ever had insomnia, practicing this would surely be more effective than sleeping pills. Still, she was secretly delighted and excited. She had actually touched the threshold of psychic abilities. This was probably a world first. Being first didn't really matter. The main thing was that entering the realm of psychic abilities, this early gave her a huge advantage. As long as she practiced diligently, she could definitely become a master in the future. Combined with her control-oriented wood element ability, she would be a grandmaster. Her safety would be even more secure. In this world, strength was the only unchanging truth. She rested for a moment, then summoned her core sapling. The bare little sapling had sprouted new leaves again, 4 tiny, tender leaves that were incredibly cute. She admired them for a moment before putting it away, sitting cross-legged, and holding a green crystal core to absorb its energy. The absorbed energy merged with the original energy in her body and began to circulate, repairing her injuries and soothing her tired body and mind. Bian Changxi felt a sense of comfort throughout her entire being, as if all her pores had opened and every cell was breathing. When the energy absorption reached saturation, she suddenly awoke, and the crystal core in her hand crumbled into a small pile of fine powder. Just as she was about to assess her condition, a wave of drowsiness washed over her. She rubbed her eyes and yawned, then lay down on the floor, curling up on her side. She fell asleep almost instantly. Not long after, Gushu returned. He had a simple meal, showered in the downstairs bathroom, and forced Milk, who he had brought back even dirtier than before, to be washed several times. Only after confirming that the wolf was fragrant, white, and clean again did he bring him upstairs. As they neared the door, Milk abandoned his master and trotted happily to the door, wagging his body and bumping against it with his now much sturdier frame. With his soft body and long, thick fur, the impact didn't make much noise. Usually, Bian Changxi would immediately open the door at this sound and scoop the little guy up. But today, there was no movement at all. Milk tilted his head, his eyes widening slightly. He bumped the door twice more and whimpered, even lifting a paw to pat it a couple of times. Then he turned his short neck to look at Gushu. His puzzled expression was absolutely adorable. If Bian Changxi had been there, she would have irresistibly scooped him up for a good cuddle. But Gushu seemed not to notice, his brow furrowed as he looked at the door. He knocked twice. "Changxi." There was no answer, and the door didn't open. He waited a moment, then without further hesitation, he grasped the handle and turned it. The door was unlocked. His eyes immediately fell upon the figure, curled up on the carpet under the soft light. His expression froze. He strode over quickly and saw that she was just asleep. Her breathing was very steady, and she looked peaceful and deeply asleep. Her chin was tucked into her collar, making her cheeks look even more small and delicate. The room was a comfortable temperature thanks to the air conditioning, and a faint pink blush from sleep bloomed on her cheekbones, making her skin look tender and supple, tempting one to touch it. Gushu stared at her for a moment, then sighed silently. He gently patted her shoulder. "Changxi, wake up. Don't sleep on the floor." She flinched slightly, her delicate brows furrowing in displeasure at being disturbed, but she showed no signs of waking up. Gushu murmured softly, sleeping so soundly. You must have been busy again during the day. He gently pulled her arm to lift her slightly, then slid his left arm under her neck and his right arm around the back of her knees. He then easily and steadily lifted her into his arms. He still carried a chill from his shower, and his hair was dripping with water. When Bian Changxi's hands, feet, and cheeks suddenly touched his clothes, she shivered from the cold. But his body temperature was normal, even slightly high due to his fire ability. She quickly and instinctively sensed this. After pressing closer, the comforting warmth from beneath his clothes reached her, and she immediately snuggled in, even wrapping her arms around his neck and rubbing her forehead against his shoulder with a contented murmur. Gushu's movement to place her on the bed instantly stiffened. He froze, bent over. They were so close, their breaths audible. He could smell the faint, sweet fragrance on her, like a mischievous little hand teasing his senses. He stiffly pressed his lips together, his breathing becoming cautious. His powerful arms grew gentle, afraid of startling her. After waiting a moment and seeing no further movement from her, he continued to lower her even more gently. He struggled for a while before clumsily unwrapping her arms from his neck. By the time he stood up straight, his forehead was covered in a fine sweat, and his heart was pounding in his chest, not like a drum, but with a joyous and fervent rhythm. He stood by the bed, momentarily unsure of what to do, but subconsciously he didn't want to leave. This room was so warm, so inviting. It wasn't because of the temperature, but because of a strange, restless feeling on her body, in the air, and inside him. He took a deep breath and closed his eyes, taking a step back. A reproachful whimper sounded by his ear. He turned to see that Milk had somehow already jumped onto the bed and was nervously watching them, chewing on his paw and the bedsheet. Seeing Gushu finally back away, he immediately dropped his paw, looking as if he wanted nothing more than to scratch him. Gushu suddenly felt like he'd been caught doing something wrong, and a wave of shame and anger washed over him. He stepped forward and grabbed the wolf. Don't disturb her rest. He started to carry him out. Milk yelped anxiously, kicking his four legs and twisting his body desperately. Gushu, caught off guard, lost his grip and the wolf escaped. He landed on the bed and jumped to the other side of Bian Changxi. Gushu leaned over to grab him again, and Milk let out a piercing shriek. Bian Changxi's eyes shot open, and she sat up abruptly. As a result, her nose slammed into Gushu's shoulder. She cried out in pain, clutching her nose and sucking in a sharp breath. Gushu immediately reached out to support her back, his expression instantly changing. Did I wake you? Milk is being too naughty. I was just teaching him a lesson. As soon as he said it, he realized it sounded wrong, like a guilty person making excuses. Bian Changxi looked up at him. Gushu. Then she looked at Milk, then around the room and let out a sigh of relief. I thought something had happened. You scared me. Once the pain subsided, she lowered her hand and asked, what were you two just doing? Well, Milk couldn't get in, so I opened the door to check on you. You were lying on the floor and wouldn't wake up when I called you. Gushu examined her nose, which was already red from the impact. Bian Changxi thought about it and realized it was probably true. She had been so exhausted, she didn't even know when she had fallen asleep. She rubbed her face, then suddenly remembered something. Oh right, I was waiting for you, and I fell asleep. Waiting for me? Yes, there's something I need your approval for. She took a moment to gather her thoughts and organize her words. It's about Wen Mingli. And just like that, any lingering romantic, awkward, or subtle atmosphere in the room instantly vanished. Even someone as stern and serious as Gushu couldn't help but feel a sense of regret and silent resentment. His eyes held a considerable amount of helplessness. He glanced at the seemingly oblivious Bian Changxi, then turned to find a chair and sat down by the bed. Before sitting, he swiftly grabbed Milk and held him in his large hand, stroking him while looking at Bian Changxi with a calm and serious expression. Go on, It's like this. Bian Changxi recounted the information she had gotten from Liu Ying, as well as the possibility of connecting Bian Wei with Wu Shidong. I think we still need to take the initiative with Wen Mingli. Otherwise, this person has developed to this extent in just a few months. If she continues to hide and build her strength, she will become a major threat. But when we move to capture her, it must be a single, decisive strike. Otherwise, she might not fall for the same trick twice. I was thinking of letting Bian Wei scout the path. Although she's not a professional, her advantage is that she won't arouse suspicion. If we're worried about her, we can plant someone by her side. This way, we can seize the initiative, and our actions will be more targeted. What do you think? Gushu was silent for a moment. He looked like he wanted to say something, but seemed dejected. Finally, he sighed helplessly. Are you really in such a hurry? We must eliminate evil completely. As long as that little ghost is alive, I can't sleep soundly. Is that so? He thought. Then who was that person just now, hugging and cuddling, with her guard completely down? Bian Changxi glanced at Gu Shu's expression and braced herself. And I want to participate in this operation personally. This time, Gu Shu reacted immediately. No. I'm almost fully recovered. It's only been 4 days. Gu Shu clearly didn't believe she could have recovered that much. Bian Changxi argued her case. My recovery ability is very strong. I'm a wood element user. Is that so? Should I check your wound or your core sapling? Bian Changxi was at a loss for words. She shrank back, shooting him a resentful look. This man was so annoying. Gu Shu sighed. I promised to capture Wen Mingli as quickly as possible. No questions, no investigation. I'll bring her directly to you for you to deal with. How about that? Her eyes widened slightly. A sudden wave of guilt and unease washed over her. She twisted her fingers. Actually, Wen Mingli is related to a secret of mine. There's a reason she's targeting me, and I'm targeting her partly to silence her so. She paused for a long time before sighing. It's not a huge deal, it's just a bit unbelievable to explain. She looked as if she was about to confess, but then her eyelids drooped and her eyes darted around. It seemed she couldn't overcome the psychological barrier. She quickly switched to a pitiful and fawning expression. Just let me participate personally. It's not like we're going to act right away. By the time the operation starts, it could be days from now. I'll be fine by then. She really didn't want to mention the secret of her rebirth. Those 7 years were like a dark, chaotic dream where day and night were reversed. She didn't want to relive it. Besides, no matter how well Gu Shu treated her, could he really accept something so unscientific? Even if he could, what about other people? She hadn't forgot that he had an old commander behind him and a background with the capital's general staff. What if those people wanted to study her in the future? What if they held her responsible for not reporting the coming apocalypse? There were even other possibilities. Would he defy orders for her, or would he follow the organization's arrangements? Even if Gu Shu didn't say anything, there were still people like Xiao Feng around. There was no guarantee the secret wouldn't leak. She subconsciously felt that as long as Wen Mingli was eliminated, all her secrets would be buried again. Perhaps Wen Mingli had already told someone else, or perhaps there were other reborn people in this world, but none of that was certain yet. So, if Wen Mingli was fated to fall into her hands, she hoped to be the first person to speak with her. Gu Shu stared at her fixedly. After a long silence, Bian Changxi started to feel flustered under his gaze. Why are you looking at me like that? Gu Shu suddenly said, You don't trust me. His words were both certain and direct, striking Bian Changxi right in the heart. She froze. She slowly lowered her head, staring at the teddy bear pattern on her pajamas. The words churned inside her several times before she managed to force them out. As a person, of course I trust you. But the problem was, he wasn't just one person. He had people behind him, people beside him, and countless masses at his feet. When a person's position is high, they have more to consider. Things become complicated. Right now, the conflicts hadn't manifested yet. With someone like Xiao Feng, she could either avoid him or play nice, and it would be fine. But what about when they went to the capital in the future? Gu Shu liked her, protected her, but could a few months of getting along compare to the people who had given birth to him, raised him, educated him, and promoted him? Thinking like this was a bit like getting stuck in a dead end. The conflicts and contradictions might not even happen, and even if they did, someone as smart and capable as Gu Shu would probably handle them well. But sometimes, feelings were just that selfish and narrow-minded. She occasionally thought it was really unfair. She was all alone in this world. Whether she lived or died, did well or poorly, it was all her own business. The joys and sorrows were hers to experience alone. If she found someone, it would be to share everything, their lives intertwined, with no person or thing that could come between them to disrupt or interfere. But Gu Shu had several comrades with whom he could share life and death, so many things to consider, and a superior officer whose orders he would likely never disobey. Where did she rank? Perhaps she was just an appendage, a minor character. She would never forget the look of disappointment and coldness in Gu Shu's eyes in her past life, when that old commander was assassinated and he was powerless to help. He had immediately turned to thank Jibo and deal with one matter after another. He hadn't even given her a second glance before he left. She really didn't want to feel like an outsider again. Her way of thinking was strange, even a little scary. Who could ask such an outstanding man to revolve solely around one person? Perhaps if she made up her mind to accept him, she could compromise, tolerate, and accept all of this. She could change and adapt to find the best balance for herself. But as long as she hadn't made up her mind, these thoughts were a major obstacle preventing her from doing so. Sometimes she felt she was being overly sentimental, but so what? Why force herself? Hesitation and difficulty were proof that her feelings hadn't deepened enough. The room was quiet. A silence fell between them. Finally, it was Gu Shu who broke the stalemate. He sighed, "You're making things very difficult for me." Bian Changxi didn't answer. He said with a hint of self-deprecation, "I want to pursue you, but you keep shooting me down like this. I can't help but feel discouraged. Then find someone else. This concerns the quality of my future life. I can't be careless." He held Milk's two front paws, stroking his fur with one hand, his expression unreadable. "I want to confirm two things. Can you answer me honestly?" Bian Changxi looked at him. "Do you like me?" He looked up into her eyes. "Even a little. Do you have any feelings for me?" Bian Changxi felt like she didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Do we have to talk about this? I don't think I have any good qualities that are worth your." "All right, second question." Gu Shu paused for a moment. "Putting aside your ex, putting aside your past, what is it about me, Gu Shu, that you can't be sure of?" Bian Changxi fell silent. After a long while, she bit her lip and gave a reason. "I'm afraid you'll change your mind. You should trust my character." "This has nothing to do with character. There are too many variables in this world. That's why we should seize the present even more." "Right. Even I can't be completely sure where I'll be tomorrow. Whether I'll be well or not, alive or dead. I am seizing the present, but that doesn't include feelings." Bian Changxi became a little agitated, her face flushing. "I just don't want a fleeting romance. If I'm going to have something, I want it to last forever." Gu Shu looked at her, and a slow smile spread across his face. He was strikingly handsome, with deep, resolute features. When he smiled, it was as if the branches and leaves of a mighty tree were unfurling all at once, a wave of vibrant, heroic spirit washing over her. Bian Changxi was momentarily baffled. She heard him say in a low, pleased voice, "We think alike. I also want forever. So we should work together and plan for the future," Gu Shu said in a light tone. He pulled Milk up by his front legs, so he was standing on his thighs, watching the little guy curiously perk up his ears to listen. Ah Pei told me that people like you who have just entered society are very competitive, especially girls. You like to fight for first, second, and third place. I thought about it for a long time. It must be about caring about your position in the heart of the person you like. Bian Changxi was embarrassed. Her thoughts had been seen through. But hearing him so confidently say the person you like made her teeth itch. Gu Shu let out a breath. He wasn't a man of many words, but when facing Bian Changxi, he felt the need to speak rather than remain silent. I can't promise that you are the most important thing in my heart, at least not now. But the place a cherished girl occupies is definitely special and irreplaceable. His eyes burned brightly. Bian Changxi felt she couldn't withstand his gaze and muttered under her breath, "Why are you so direct when you say things like this? So confident, like you're conducting official business." Direct. I thought I was direct enough last time, but you still didn't seem to get it. Last time. His confession. Bian Changxi's gaze shifted. No way, I heard you loud and clear. Then how did you act? Gu Shu dropped Milk and leaned forward, propping himself up on the bed. A hint of feigned anger appeared in his eyes. Bian Changxi was so flustered she forgot to be nervous. She leaned back and said tentatively, "What did I do?" "I didn't do anything. Didn't you say everything would remain as it was?" She had listened. Gu Shu's eye twitched. You really are. To say she was dense would be wrong. She was prone to overthinking, and then she would retreat into her shell. But to say she was sensitive and intelligent would also be wrong. At times like this, she was infuriatingly obtuse. In his youth, he had been called clueless about romance, but if he put his mind to it, he could usually figure out the thoughts and intentions of certain members of the opposite sex. Who would have thought that he would now meet someone he was willing to spend 10 times the effort to understand, yet she remained wooden and uncooperative. He felt a deep sense of powerlessness. Bian Changxi seemed to understand. I get it now. Is that why you were so angry that day? At the mention of that day, Gu Shu's expression became a little unnatural. What I was angry about was you running off to do something dangerous all by yourself, without a word. Speaking of being by yourself, weren't you the same at the pier that time? Bian Changxi's mouth was faster than her brain, and she immediately wished she could take the words back. Gu Shu paused, then smiled. You're still holding a grudge about that. She turned her head away. You can do things on your own. Why should I have to ask for your help with everything? That's because... Gu Shu stopped. This wasn't the time to get sidetracked. He looked at the bed. Anyway, I was furious that night and was too rough. I'm sorry. So this time, he had to be more civilized, to speak his mind clearly and civilly. He hadn't wanted to say all this so soon. He had wanted to take things slow, believing that one day she would accept him. But his confidence had taken a hit, and he suddenly had a premonition that if he didn't do something now, things would become even more difficult in the future. He sat down directly on the edge of the bed and grabbed the woman who was trying to back away, not allowing her to retreat. His eyes burned as he looked at her. Actually, I shouldn't be talking about feelings at a time like this. But my upbringing taught me that when it's time to act, you must act. Opportunities are lost through procrastination. A faint hint of shyness was visible, but his demeanor remained firm, even a little domineering. Give me a chance. With marriage as the goal, let's try being together, okay? Marriage? Bian Changxi was stunned. Seeing Gu Shu's serious expression, she swallowed hard. Isn't this too fast? Oh. Then how long do you want to drag it out? Drag it out? What did he mean, drag it out? Gu Shu thought for a moment and rephrased, then when will you accept me? Bian Changxi wanted to cry. Was there a difference? Sir, your offensive is so aggressive. Does your mother know about this? Speaking of which, she didn't even know how many family members he had left. He didn't seem to be an orphan. There seemed to be a very low-key and secretive Gu family in the capital. She wondered if there was a connection, though if there was, it probably wasn't a good one, because later on, no one ever mentioned the #1 powerhouse having any friends or relatives. Gu Shu noticed with frustration that she was clearly zoning out. "Can you focus?" "Huh?" Bian Changxi was startled, her face falling. "Can we not talk about this? Number then. Then can we talk about it after we get to the capital?" Gu Shu watched her struggle. "That's too late." Bian Changxi was furious. "Do you think this is a business deal? So casual." "That makes a lot of sense," Gu Shu nodded. "I guarantee no returns. I'll cover the shipping costs, provide my own repairs, and perform regular maintenance. I'll handle with care, keep away from light and moisture, and do my utmost to prevent any damage to the product." He wore an expression that said, "I am definitely the best buyer in the world." Bian Changxi's face burned. She wanted to kick him. She had never met someone so shameless. She actually did kick out. "Give it up. I'm not for sale." Gu Shu tightened his core and deftly caught her ankle, a smile playing on his lips. "You should think carefully. If you refuse the toast, you've also prepared a forfeit." Bian Changxi glared. He pondered for a moment, then propped a hand behind her, mustering up all his courage, and breathed into her ear where wisps of hair fell. "I'll take you by force. If I can't buy you, I'll steal you." Bian Changxi's whole body went rigid, and then her chest heaved. It was unclear whether it was from anger or embarrassment, but her face was crimson. This time, she kicked him away hard with her other foot. With a wave of her hand, the entire table of cups, plates, and cutlery she used for practice rose into the air and flew straight at Gu Shu. Gu Shu hadn't expected this move. He partially shielded his face with one arm. After the items clattered to the ground, he slowly lowered his arm. His face was tilted down, his expression unreadable, but his well-defined jaw was tense and silent. Bian Changxi bit her lower lip as she watched him. Had she gone too far? Her eyes darted from side to side. "I told you. There's nothing good about me. I'm not gentle and I'm violent. You should just give up." As she spoke, her eyes suddenly widened. She saw a drop of blood fall onto the bedsheet. Forgetting everything else, she lunged forward and grabbed his sleeve. "Are you hurt?" There was no force behind it. I've tried it so many times." "Where are you hurt?" Gu Shu brushed her hand away and touched his chin. His fingertips came away covered in fresh blood. Bian Changxi covered her mouth, feeling guilty. "Let me see." But Gu Shu wouldn't let her touch him. He looked at the mess on the floor. "What is this?" "I was using them to practice my telekinetic psychic ability. It was accidentally triggered when I was injured. But it has no power at all yet. I don't know how this happened." "Telekinesis. Psychic ability." Gu Shu's eyes darkened. He said, "Get some rest," then stood up and left. Bian Changxi sat on the bed in a daze, looking at Milk. "Was I too harsh?" Milk stared at her for a long time before rolling his eyes dramatically, flopping onto the bed, flipping over, and playing dead with all four paws in the air, and his nose pointing to the ceiling. Bian Changxi groaned and buried her head in her hands. The events of that night left Bian Changxi in an unusually listless state the next day. Lin Rongrong and Chen Yisha stole several glances at her, but she didn't notice. Finally, the more impatient Lin Rongrong couldn't take it anymore. She went over and bumped her shoulder. "What kind of trouble did you get into last night? You look half dead." Bian Changxi was sitting on a small stool, elbows on her knees, cupping her face and staring into space. The bump knocked her sideways. She righted herself wearily and said in a daze, "I think I really did do something bad." Hearing this, Chen Yisha also came over curiously. "It must have been something terrible." Yesterday, you looked like you were ready to take on the world's most wanted criminal. And today, she was completely deflated. They were currently at the construction site of the mobile wooden cabin in the villa's backyard. Both of them were utterly astonished that Bian Changxi had brought a small stool over early in the morning, claiming she would help them build the house, only to sit there and stare into space the whole time. Bian Changxi didn't know how to begin, but she thought it might be good to get someone's opinion since her own thoughts were a mess. She looked around to make sure no one else was there and whispered, "Last night, Gu Shu came to my room and did something bad." The two exclaimed in unison, their voices high and melodious. The three craftsmen busy around the cabin looked over in surprise, and the guards in the villa also glanced their way. Bian Changxi gritted her teeth. "It's not what you think. And keep your voices down." She pulled the two of them into a corner. Since she had started, she might as well tell them everything. She briefly recounted the events, finally focusing on the part where she accidentally injured Gu Shu. "Will he be angry? Was I too mean?" she asked, and also, how can I make it up to him? The two girls' eyes lit up as they listened. Chen Yisha spoke first. "Actually, I've always found it hard to understand. You're both such rational and strong people. How can you be talking about romance when monsters are running rampant all over the world? Shouldn't you be Kamala Tersi and coolly building your careers and saving the world?" Bian Changxi shot her a look. Lin Rongrong chimed in. "What's hardest to understand is that you've rejected him several times. What kind of person are you looking for? He's a top-tier diamond bachelor, comrade." Chen Yisha quickly tugged at her sleeve. She didn't know about Bai Heng, so this was just adding fuel to the fire. But Bian Changxi didn't seem to be thinking about anything else. She said listlessly, "I didn't want this either. This was never part of my plan." "Then what does your plan include?" She thought for a moment. "Fight monsters, level up, eat, sleep." Lin Rongrong nearly fainted. She leaned on Chen Yisha and said resentfully, "Are you a woman? Isn't that what men are supposed to think about? So you spend all day thinking about how to have a romance?" Bian Changxi retorted, bringing up an old grudge. "I haven't even mentioned it yet. You two are such gossips, even exchanging letters with Gu Pei just to discuss my business." "You found out." Lin Rongrong stuck out her tongue, but she was brazen about it. "Who told you two to be so lukewarm? It makes people anxious watching you. If we can't offer advice, can't we at least comment?" Bian Changxi rolled her eyes. Chen Yisha raised her hand to speak. "Lukewarm. I think Boss Gu is very proactive." Lin Rongrong nodded vigorously in agreement. Bian Changxi gritted her teeth. "Hey, I asked you for advice." Lin Rongrong adopted the air of a seasoned expert. "The best advice is this. Go find Gushu right now and tell him, 'Boss, I'm all yours.' Then apologize. Coax him, sweet-talk him, and if necessary, don't hesitate to." Bian Changxi cracked her knuckles loudly. "Never mind," one of them weakly surrendered. Chen Yisha was much more conservative. "An apology is always necessary, right? After all, you did injure him. If you still don't want to accept him, then you need to handle it carefully. You have to express enough sincerity without letting him misunderstand that you have those kinds of feelings." Bian Changxi wanted to bang her head against a wall. Wasn't that the same as saying nothing? She understood the principle, but the problem was how to do it. Then Chen Yisha said something surprising. "But you know, what do you think Boss Gu is really angry about? Being rejected or being injured? Both of those seem pretty damaging to one's pride." Lin Rongrong also realized it. "Changxi, how did you injure him anyway? Are you stronger than the boss now?" It dawned on Bian Changxi. Was that it? She explained that it was a new type of ability that allowed her to control objects with mental energy. "Oh my god, isn't that the legendary telekinesis?" Lin Rongrong was amazed, then she glared at her. "Have you told Gushu about this ability?" "What do you mean?" I mean before, when you first discovered it. Did you ever explain it? Like the reason it appeared, how it works, how you feel. Bian Changxi paused. I don't think so. But what did that have to do with anything? Lin Rongrong facepalmed. Why didn't you tell him? It's not like you were afraid he'd find out and surpass you, right? Of course not. The problem is, I'm still figuring it out myself. What is there to say? What Bian Changxi was thinking was that she had never even reached this threshold in her past life. She didn't even know if her current practice methods were right or wrong, so how could she explain it? Actually, it had never occurred to her to tell him before. Perhaps she subconsciously felt that Gu Shu would awaken his psychic ability sooner or later. As the strongest person, his comprehension was beyond doubt. Did she really need to go out of her way to tell him? Hey buddy, did you know there's a psychic ability in this world? You have to use your mind to sense the objects around you. That's it. I don't have any tricks, you just have to work hard and practice on your own. Wouldn't that be like teaching a fish to swim? She might even mislead him. So, you've never had a conversation with him about your abilities? Lin Rongrong asked. The answer was a non-committal shake of the head. Is that important? She vaguely remembered that she had once been about to say something about her space ability. Although she hadn't figured out how to explain it back then, Gu Shu's reaction was. What was it? It seemed like he had no intention of prying into the details. As for her other abilities, what was there to say about her wood element? She had shared some experience with the other wood element users at the hospital. As for her psychic ability, she really hadn't realized she needed to mention it. Lin Rongrong was exasperated. No wonder Boss Gu is so impatient. If he just let things happen naturally with you, he'd probably be a bachelor for life. She looked at her again. Why did he fall for you? Poor Boss Gu. Chen Yisha suppressed a laugh and explained to the person with a dark expression, Changxi, this is actually quite important. Especially since you've developed a new ability. If you don't bring it up, won't it make people think you're being secretive? Gu Shu might not think that, but if you don't communicate with him, he might feel that you don't have him in your heart. Even as an ordinary partner, he would feel that you don't trust him. Bian Changxi blinked. Was it that serious? The two seasoned experts provided a profound and insightful analysis. Bian Changxi mulled it over for a long time and nodded, having learned her lesson. However, the advice these two gave was truly not the same. She slipped into the house and found Auntie Zhao in the kitchen, seeking advice from this even more senior, motherly figure. Auntie Zhao looked at her with an expression that said, "You're always this foolish." Bian Changxi wiped away a bead of sweat. Auntie Zhao, please give me some advice. What should I do? Taking the initiative to make amends, this time is an improvement. Bian Changxi broke into a cold sweat. Just how many times had she messed up? Auntie Zhao said that since there was a lack of communication, she should communicate more. Bian Changxi could find an opportunity for that later. But the immediate priority was to calm a certain someone down. That was simple. Auntie Zhao said, team leader Gu works late every day. Make him some soup yourself and deliver it. Say a few soft words, and I guarantee his anger will vanish. Bian Changxi had considered this method as well. Hearing Auntie Zhao say the same thing, she felt a sense of relief, but she was still a bit uncertain. This is still the be the first to soften principle. Auntie Zhao, I'm not sure this trick will work. Last time, it didn't seem to be effective. Auntie Zhao craned her neck. No effect. He asked me about your condition several times a day. And what about your brother Liu and that Wen woman? Hasn't he been busy helping you with them? Bian Changxi quickly raised her hands in surrender. It's effective. It's effective. I'll do it, I'll do it. Once she had calmed down, she rubbed her nose and humbly asked for more advice. But this time, he looked really grim. What if he kicks me out? That's what you deserve. Auntie Zhao said irritably. Refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit, that's you. You ruined a good thing. Poor team leader Gu. She fell silent with an expression that screamed team leader Gu is so unfortunate and went back to shredding her carrots, the knife moving with a fierce, whooshing sound. Bian Changxi hung her head in dejection, secretly blaming Gu's shoe. If he hadn't been so eager for quick success, she wouldn't have had to reject him. If he had known when to back down, things wouldn't have ended up like that. She really had a lot she hadn't sorted out yet. Why did he have to force her to state her position? But that was just a thought. She had done what she had done. She leaned against the cabinet door, tapping her heel on the floor. After a moment, she reached out, grabbed a shred of carrot, and popped it into her mouth. So you're saying I should make soup? Auntie Zhao stopped her knife. What does team leader Gu like to eat? I don't know. Don't look at me like that. Am I supposed to stare at him while he eats all day? Auntie Zhao shook her head. No, I was just thinking, I don't know either. Lately, insects and snakes had been running rampant. At first, it was just physical damage and a visual disaster, causing some difficulties in daily life. But a day later, people who had been bitten began to show signs of poisoning. The severe cases involved convulsions, foaming at the mouth, and bloodshot eyes. From onset to death, it was only a matter of 10-odd minutes. In one day, the death toll across the entire base had exceeded 100. Panic spread throughout the base. It happened to be the weekend. By the time Gu Shu finished the regular weekend meeting, it was already past 1 in the morning. The main topic of today's meeting was the strategy for dealing with the insect and snake infestation. It had been proven that the 5-colored grass had little effect on the hungry, frenzied creatures. Finding an antidote and an insect repellent had become the top priority. A medical institution had produced a significant amount of realgar powder, which could provide some protection when sprinkled on the body and around houses, but the effect was not great, and the powder was expensive, unaffordable for ordinary people. With medicine in short supply, wood element users became the most precious and important life-saving resource. Besides the existing poisoned individuals being handled within their respective zones, there were also some unaffiliated drifters. These people had the highest casualty rates. If not handled properly, it could easily lead to civil unrest, which would be detrimental to everyone. The final plan from the meeting was that the base's medical structure would be responsible for 2/10 of the cases. Jiang City's medical team would handle 1/10 of the total, and the remaining 7/10 would be divided among more than 20 factions for treatment. Gu Shu walked while looking at the list, his brow slightly furrowed. 1/10 was only 400 to 500 people now. The patients with the strange illness at the Jiang City Hospital had mostly been discharged, so the rooms, beds, and medical staff were all available. They could accommodate over 1,000 people without a problem. But the number of injured and poisoned people would only increase in the future. They also had to consider these people's food, warmth, and other needs, all of which would be huge challenges. The problem had to be solved at its source. Passing by the rooms on the 3rd floor, Gu Shu suddenly stopped. He smelled a faint, elusive fragrance. He glanced at the closed door, and a flicker of interest crossed his eyes as he continued toward the study. He entered the room, turned on the light, put down his bag, and took off his coat to hang it up. He unbuttoned his cuffs and sat down at the desk, picking up a pen to jot down a few major strategic points. He should have called Xiaofeng to discuss this, and then handed it over to him. He usually didn't get too involved in such matters, leaving them to his subordinates. But for now, he wasn't planning on calling anyone. He was waiting for someone. About half a minute later, his exceptional hearing picked up the sound of faint footsteps in the hallway outside. They paced back and forth, the owner of the footsteps seemingly very hesitant. After another half a minute, the footsteps stopped at the door. After a pause, a knock sounded. 3 cautious knocks. He answered, "Come in." The door clicked open, and a head peeked in. A pair of beautiful dark eyes darted left and right. When they saw him, they looked a little dejected. She straightened up and pushed the door open. I made some rice cakes. Do you want some? Oh. You made them. His face was unreadable. Well, I was hungry, so I went to make some, and by the way, she said, holding a tray and glancing at Gu Shu's chin. She couldn't see anything, so the wound must not have been deep. Ability users recovered quickly, so he should be fine. She tried to make her expression as sincere as possible. I made a little extra. Oh. He looked at the huge sea bowl. Are you sure you only made a little extra? If you can't finish it, let's call everyone to eat together. They should all be awake at this hour. Besides, it's a rare opportunity for them to taste your cooking. Bian Changxi's shoulders slumped. All right, I'll tell the truth. I made this for you. It's an apology for last night. Gu Shu held his pen. An apology? I shouldn't have lost my temper and scratched you when you weren't expecting it. That, Gu Shu said with a half-smile, sounds like I'm very incompetent. As expected, he wasn't going to let it go easily. Bian Changxi's heart pounded. No way, you're very capable. Wasn't it a sneak attack by me? So next time, you should give me a heads up before you strike. She groaned inwardly. There won't be a next time. Next time, try a more civilized method. She lowered her head. There won't be a next time. Gu Shu stared at her for a moment. Forget it, I can't expect her to say anything eloquent. Are these rice cakes? Bian Changxi let out a huge sigh of relief. Pork rib rice cakes. But my cooking skills aren't great. I tried to reduce the sauce several times but failed, so I ended up making it water-boiled. It was a huge bowl of water, with mushy rice cakes and pork ribs settled at the bottom. It didn't look very appetizing. Why is the soup brown? She was a little embarrassed. I couldn't get the seasoning right, so I just threw in a packet of seasoning powder. You know, the kind that's already mixed and comes in a package. Cooking was one of her many shortcomings. For the first dozen years of her life, her family was wealthy and her parents doted on her. She was a typical pampered young lady who had never touched kitchen work. After her family's downfall, she ate in cafeterias and restaurants, never cooking. Then came the apocalypse. In the beginning, life was hard, and being full was a luxury. Any ingredients were just random illiteracy thrown together and cooked. Later, when conditions improved, she was already used to it, had no interest, and had a nanny to cook for her, so she was never particular about food. After her rebirth, she had food, but she kept it simple. Looking at the ingredients in her space, she would either stew the whole thing or boil it whole. Basically, she would just throw everything in together, cover the pot, and boil it like crazy without worrying about the heat, ensuring it was cooked through in the end. For her, being able to cook to that extent was already quite an achievement, and she felt it was enough. Only now did she feel a little ashamed. She had originally wanted to make soup, but after thinking about it, she couldn't. She remembered one time they had eaten pork rib rice cakes together, and Gu Shu seemed to like them so. Indeed, the ideal was beautiful, but reality was harsh. Gu Shu looked at the contents of the bowl and fell silent for a moment. He capped his pen, took a sip of the murky soup, picked up a limp piece of rice cake, chewed it carefully, and swallowed. Bian Changxi asked, "How is it?" "The taste." Changxi, he said her name. "Here. Don't cook anymore in the future." "Huh? Was it that bad?" She had tasted it, and it wasn't bad, just unappealing to look at. Of course, after tasting Auntie Zhao's master-level cooking, there would be a significant drop-off when eating hers. Gu Shu looked up. "At least don't let others taste it. It's bad for your image." What did this have to do with her image? Bian Changxi was dejected. A smile flickered in Gu Shu's eyes. He stood up, took her hand, and led her downstairs. "Come with me." When they reached the kitchen and she saw Gu Shu roll up his sleeves, she belatedly asked, "What are you doing?" "Treating you to some authentic pork rib rice cakes." Her eyes widened. "You can cook." I happen to be slightly better than you. Watching him open the fridge and skillfully take out ingredients, wash and chop them, heat the pan, add oil and stir-fry, she asked in a daze, "You're not angry anymore." "A little," he said with a smile. "But not for long. Getting angry with you would be the death of me." He didn't turn around, but she could imagine the helplessness in his eyes. The firelight cast a warm and handsome glow on his profile. This was his choice, so he had to bear the corresponding tolerance. He had anticipated this long ago. Sometimes he also found it strange why he had such great patience with Bian Changxi. He just knew that if he missed out on this person, he would regret it. It was as if it were a premonition and a warning. "I'm just very ashamed that I spoke so boastfully. It seems I'll have to work hard even to be a robber, otherwise, won't I be the one getting robbed?" He was saying that getting his skin grazed by her psychic ability was indeed quite embarrassing. Who wanted to rob him? Bian Changxi muttered, but her eyes couldn't help but well up. She turned around and leaned against the glass door. Under the dim light from the living room, she lowered her gaze to the photo of the gentle and beautiful boy in white. "By Hung, this time, I'm really going to surrender. Surrender to the warmth before me."